A very chilly edition of the Rob Brown Show right here on the Fan Upstate. How do you do, upstate South Carolina? Hello, America. What up, world? Great to be with you. It is Wednesday. I went to play a clip. Mine was muted. I was going to get you back. It didn't work out. What are you going to do? I'm a professional. Hey, good to have everybody.
I turned it back on. Is it not working?
Personal file. He was giving them the business.
Oh,
Okay,
there it is.
we needed to. It's the only way to really test it is live on the air because there you go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? How's your day? A little early for the club horn, but who am I to judge?
Hey, you've already drank half a Monster. You're ready to go,
That's
right?
not true. I just opened it because, and this is true, your boy off his game this morning. Okay.
I hadn't noticed. That's not good for you though.
No,
because I'm not.
Let me tell you what happened. Yesterday, we got into a discussion about my sudden pinball addiction over the weekend, right? And I asked you guys the question, did I go overboard? Was I rude to the rest of the PARTY because I gotta play all that pinball when they're playing poker and basketball, and I'm like, no, I'll be on the rig if you need me. Was it rude? And I pointed out that was just a part of my hyper competitiveness. I understand that it's still being a jerk, even if you're doing it because you are hyper competitive. One problem that I have with my hyper competitiveness, Zoe, is that it extends onto other entities that I don't have anything to do with. Like, let me give you a perfect example. Yesterday, when Rob Brown looked at the college basketball schedule and said, all right, we got a good night lined up this evening. We got the Gamecocks playing at home, taking on Georgia. They're favorites in this one, not by an insignificant margin. The Clemson Tigers are playing the 5-5, 1-3 in the ACC Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech. This one is at home in Littlejohn. Rob Brown said, I'm going to do something I haven't done in a very long time because what's Rob's number one rule of gambling? Do not bet on your own teams. And while neither Clemson nor South Carolina are my own teams,
I'm going to say, because are we admitting? Are we coming out as fans?
No.
Okay.
What I am saying is what I have always said to y'all. What I have always said to y'all is that I, without question, root openly for the teams that we cover. It would do wonders for me if Brad Brownell could get his Clemson Tigers into the Elite Eight.
Nope.
It would do wonders for me if Lamont Paris could get his Gamecocks into the Elite Eight. I'm showing bias now.
Yeah, like I've ever hit it.
That's true. I will always root for the teams that we cover, if for no other reason than because I like money. And when those teams do well, I get more of it. If Clemson was to make it into the ACC tournament finals, Rob Brown is probably getting paid money to be at a bar somewhere to watch it and talk about it. If Clemson makes the Final Four, Rob Brown is definitely getting paid to be at a bar and talk about it. I like money, so I hope all your super duper favorite teams do well so I can make more of it. Well, one of the ways I can make money is betting on said teams. Now, I don't bet. Even during college football season, I do not bet on the teams that I cover because I have a shade of optimism about the way that I view them, right? I always view Clemson, as much as Clemson fans are going to call me a liar, in the best possible light. I always view South Carolina, as much as a bunch of Gamecocks fans are going to say I'm a liar, in the best possible light. And any time that I am out there educating the masses about the wonders of sports gambling, one of the things I tell them is you are going to talk yourself many, many times into thinking this sets up great for my team and betting on them. Don't fall for that trap. You are always going to look for the best. Last night I broke my rule because I said, all right, the Gamecocks are 3.5-point favorites at the house. The Tigers are like 7.5-point favorites on that at the house. I thought, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to build a state of South Carolina versus state of Georgia two-leg parlay. Both teams outright money line winners. Okay? Now, on the money line, the odds weren't that great. Clemson was like minus 700 on the money line. South Carolina like minus 550. Those are money line numbers that I don't take just the one. Because then you got to throw a bunch of money at it to make a bunch of money on it, right? I don't take the money lines when they're, minus 500. But I'll parlay the two together. And the two together came out to be like minus 175. It's still not great, but at least I'm getting a little return on the investment there. So Rob Brown threw a little chunk of change at both Clemson and South Carolina to win at the house, playing two teams that should not be in a league with him. All right. And so he stayed up late because those games didn't tip until 9 p.m. Either one of them. They both tipped after 9 o'clock. So I go in the bro cave. I turn on the television. I get one game on the big screen. I get one game on the slightly less big screen. I sit back in the chair and, I'm not even drinking last night because I'm doing moist January. It's like dry January, but realistic. So as I'm participating in moist January with no adult beverages to temper my expectations, I'm full throttle into these two games. And I look over at one point and Clemson's got Georgia Tech down 8, 9, 10. I look over at one point and South Carolina is hanging on to a pretty consistent 3, 4, 5-point lead against the Dogs. And I'm like, all right, I'm in good shape here. I'm in a good spot, right? I need both money line. They can both win by one as long as they both win. And so I step away for a minute. I lock into show prep for a few minutes. I take the dog outside because it's bleep you cold. So I got to put her on the leash so she goes instead of just tools around in the backyard. I take out the trash. I put the dishes from the sink into the dishwasher, and then I go check back into the games. And all of the sudden, I look up, and the Gamecocks are down 5 and can't buy a bucket. And the Tigers are tied up with Georgia Tech at the crib, and all the momentum belongs to the Yellow Jackets.
Poof.
Just like that. So I'm like, all right. Maybe this is my fault. Maybe this is on me. I did get up and walk away. So I settled back down because I'm not superstitious, but as the great Michael Scott once said, I am a little stitious. So I sat back down in the chair. Again, no adult beverages allowed. I can't drink my way through this like a normal functioning adult. I just got to handle my life. So I sit down and South Carolina puts on, we're going to talk about this in just a little while. South Carolina puts on full display that once again, this team has zero mental fortitude down the stretch. None. No composure. As soon as Georgia starts chipping away at the lead, they get within 5, 4, 3, 2. They get within 1. And South Carolina just starts throwing up prayers at the basket. Just prayers at the basket. Nothing's going down. And then I'm like, oh. So I flip over to the Clemson game for a minute. It's overtime. Shouldn't be overtime. Clemson had multiple chances down the stretch and just could not lock in on defense. They just could not, for whatever reason, get themselves to slap the floor, get in the crouch, and play defense. And all of a sudden, Georgia Tech's right there tied up with them. And all of a sudden, it's overtime. And I'm thinking, all right, overtime at the crib. They're going to be just fine. They were not just fine. Georgia Tech in the second overtime steals it 93-90. So Rob Brown went into the night breaking his rule of never gamble on your own team. And he watches Georgia Tech shoot 50% from the floor, 43% from the arc, and knock off Clemson. He watches Michi and co. absolutely melt down against Georgia and give one away for no good reason at all. And he ends up going 0 for 2 in the Palmetto State versus the Peach State showdown last night.
So here's the thing about having personal rules. Every once in a while, you have to break them to remind you why you made them in the first place. So now you got that out of the way for the year of 2024. Congratulations.
And yes, Palmetto State, this is how you remind me of what I really hate. Unreal. Look at this number from South Carolina. Lonzo, if I told you that a team shot 17 of 32 without telling you where from, you'd think that's from the three free throws or the three-point line, right?
Yeah, because if it's from the three, that kind of makes sense. And
yeah, 53%, you'd be like, damn, that's a good night from the arc. You might even say 17 of 32 was a good, if not low quantity night from the field goals. Nope. 17 of 32 is what South Carolina shot from the free throw line.
I think, I'm not very good at basketball. I think I could do a little bit better than that, maybe.
17. I am telling you right now for a fact. Granted, it wouldn't be in front of 17,000 people in a highly pressured contest, but I am telling you for a fact, and this is not one of those things where man grabs Mike and goes, I could beat up a bear. But I'm telling you right now that I could go today, right now, this minute, I could go 17 of 32 from the free throw line. Today.
I'd rather see you beat up a bear, but I mean,
I'm sure most people would rather see me fight a bear. But of these two things, I'm telling you right now, today, this minute, I could go 17 of 32 from the stripe. You can't do that. If they go 20 of 32, they win this game. Not 30 of 32, not 27 of 32, not 24. If they go 20 of 32, they win this game. And then on the other side, they're on the other side because both teams are catching smoke today. I got to tell you, 3 weeks ago, we were sitting here talking about Brad Brownell. 3 weeks ago, we were going, damn, maybe he found something, right? Maybe the genuine, real threat of his job being lost, maybe that's enough. Maybe that's what he needed. I don't know about you, Zoe. Sometimes all I need to find the best version of myself is just a threat. Your job's in trouble, your relationship's in trouble, your mortgage payment is in trouble, and there's foreclosure on the horizon. Not that this happened to me, I'm just using it as an example. Sometimes people get their best work done when they know the consequences are right here. They're here. They're now. You have to fix it immediately, and it makes people go nose to the grindstone and get her done. So I thought, all right, maybe Brad Brownell found something. Maybe the threat, maybe the kickback, maybe the push from the Clemson fans to finally move on from Brad Brownell. Maybe he put it together. Well, just in case you are keeping score in the Rob Brown Show Home Edition, after running up a pretty impressive win streak to open the season, dropping 1 to a decent Memphis team, getting 2 back. Clemson has now lost 4 of their first 5 in the ACC. Clemson has now lost 4 of their last 5 with L's to Miami. It's a decent team. North Carolina, a top 10 team. Virginia Tech, a very average team. And Georgia Tech, a 500 overall team. This team lost its mind. This team lost its mind, and you could see it last night. And by the way, you can't blame this one, as some did, on the disappearance of P.J. Hall. P.J. Hall had a couple of games where he just went MIA on you. And I was like, all right, what are you going to do? When your best player goes cold, and every great player is going to go cold. When your best player goes cold, you're going to hit a spot where you don't know how to respond. P.J. Hall, it wasn't cold last night. 11 of 23, 1 of 5 from deep, but 8 of 10 from the stripe. He scored 31. Clemson had 1, 2, 3, 4 starters in double digits last night. Here's the problem. They got 8 off the bench. 8. They got 8 points off the bench. They had 5 guys come in off the bench. They had a total of 8 points off the bench. This team's got no depth. And I understand it is harder than ever in college basketball to build depth. But it's got 0 depth. It's got nobody that can come on the bench and help. I know there's some injuries. I know there's some guys that are banged up. I know you're not at full strength right now. But you cannot lose at home to an 8-8, 1-4 Georgia Tech team and blame it on 1 or 2 guys being out. It's just not good enough. It's just not good enough. Both of those teams were immensely disappointing last night. And we'll talk more college basketball and talk more about those games later on the show, because I was not impressed. It sucks. So we'll talk more about it later in the broadcast. Also coming up on the radio show today, obviously, we got to start looking ahead to the NFL's divisional playoff round. What quarterbacks of the 8 still standing have the most pressure on them to perform? And we will take a look at that, as well as where these quarterbacks have performed in spots they've had pressure on them in the past. I'm going to give you an update on the Carolina Panthers' quest for a new GM and a new HC. There's a lot of news taking place around the NFL right now that is going to impact the Panthers and their search for 2 new top guys. Mike Tomlin apparently is coming back for one more in Pittsburgh. Jim Harbaugh has now interviewed with multiple NFL teams, while he is also still negotiating with the Michigan Wolverines to stay on board at Big Blue. We know that the Patriots fired Hoodie and hired Gerard Mayo the next day. Hoodie's still out there. Is there a fit for him? Is Carolina a fit for him? We'll talk about that. We're going to get you caught up on a couple of college football stories, a couple of big stories for the Gamecocks, as a matter of fact. They had a player 2 years ago who was a pretty well-respected prospect across the defensive line. That guy left. He transferred. He went down to Tallahassee, Florida, played a year for the Noles. In fact, was one of the Noles' better defensive linemen on the rotation this year. And guess what, kids? He's come back to South Carolina. Finally! He's come back to Columbia, South Carolina. I heard a lot of you Gamecock fans telling me that you ate the portal because loyalty. Well, are you going to bring the same energy when a top-notch defensive lineman, a spot you desperately need help with, left you stranded going into last year, and then decides, after Florida State picks up a couple of big-name recruits at the D lineman position, oh, yeah, no, I'll come back now.
See, I don't recall this happening before. Do you recall a story like that? Where
I know it has at some smaller schools. This is one of the first larger D1 spots that's happening.
I don't think this is going to be a trend, but I guess we'll see.
I mean, I think it absolutely can. And we'll talk about that later on in the radio broadcast. Phil Maffa, running back, Clemson Tigers. He has made his decision. He's NFL draft eligible. So, will he stay or will he go now? Now. He's made his decision. I'll tell you what it is later and how it impacts that program. And Lonzo's got a new athletic director. The Buckeyes stole one away.
What will be his first order of business? Could it be
human sacrifice?
That's done down south. They don't do that in the north. It's too cold.
I don't know if you know this.
It's too cold. And
your new athletic director comes up from the Colt.
Yeah, I get it. I just saw that, by the way.
He's a Colt guy. So
Say hello to the bad guy.
Trying to think of coaches that they've just let hang on for a really long time, even though they haven't performed. Okay.
What a day we got lined up, kids. It's Wednesday. Let's have some fun. That guy over there, that's Lonzo. My name is Rob Brown. Welcome in. Great to have you. We're back after this. 4 hours of sports talk, entertainment excellence goes now. It's the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, as I came in late, I have to go knock 2 things out. I'll be right back.
I don't think he's going to the restroom, but I mean, what he said could apply there, I suppose. Kevin, I'm not ignoring you, by the way. I think I'm done with betting. Don't call me too many names about that, but I think I might be done with betting because, it's the benefit. I don't know how comfortable I feel with wearing other people's clothes. I mean, I guess a jersey's different, but it's still other people's clothes. I mean, if I look at Rob and go, hey, man, wear this, it would fit because I'm much bigger than him. I mean, it would be loose on him, but still. I don't know he necessarily goes, oh, thanks. It's like, yeah, but you wore it. I mean, it's someone else's clothes. and I guess a jersey is kind of, a lot of people wear it over an undershirt. And then there are a lot of people who don't. And some kinds of sweat just won't come out no matter what kind of laundry soap you use.
Are you?
How do you know I'm talking about me? Maybe I'm talking about Kevin. I'm just saying.
Yeah, the ones said you're sweaty.
I'm just
sweaty.
I mean, there's a perception of someone who drives the kind of stuff and does the kind of work that he does, that it's it's man's work, and you're gonna do a lot of sweating doing that sort of thing, and not that wimpy kind of sweat, man sweat, construction worker sweat.
Yeah, blue collar sweat.
Yeah, and I don't know if I want someone else's blue collar sweat, the remnant of such on my body, if I were to lose a bet.
Blue collar sweat.
It really comes down to it. I know how I just really don't want to bet anymore. I'm just not. I don't know. And maybe I'm just more concerned about my sweat. And if you were to lose and you had to wear my jersey, and be like, man, I can't get the smell out of this. I don't want that, reputation. And then there's the other thing is I don't want anyone else wearing my Mahomes jersey. I just don't. It was a Christmas gift, and I know it costs a lot of money, and I just don't want anyone else. I mean, Notice I don't wear it very often because I don't want to.
Got to get life out of that thing.
It'll last for a while if I take care of it. If I wear it every other day, it's not going to, trust me, I have a Marcus Allen jersey that I wore every other day, still hanging in the closet, and it's worn to death.
The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate, just almost 6:30 in the morning. And colder than hell outside, y'all.
Nope.
Yup.
Nope.
It is cold, but it's not. It can be colder, trust me.
Something that's always bothered me is whenever somebody complains. It is absolutely and entirely justifiable to complain about the cold. It was when I left my house this morning.
It's winter. It's supposed to be cold in winter. You know what? You know what happens in summer? This is hard to believe.
Yes.
It's hot in the summer.
It will be okay to complain about 102 as well.
That's old people speak. Old people complain about the weather.
Well, get me my AARP card then.
It's probably in the mail.
Have
you started getting those yet?
Not yet. I'm not there yet.
When you get close to 40, you start getting them. I'm just saying.
When I opened my door this morning to leave the house, so I get up. I'm not going to lie. I was late this morning. All right.
I was going to say, I'm waiting for this because I know that when I pulled in and you're not here yet, it's just like, okay. All right.
I was a solid late today.
I was early. So there's that too.
I got up this AM. I took my shower last night because I was so damn mad at the basketball that I couldn't sleep. All right. That's how mad I was. And I didn't have bourbon to help me out. So I got up this morning. I went in the bro cave. I got dressed. I went out to the living room. I put together my supplies for the day. Got the tablet of truth off the charger, put it in the bag. Made sure the laptop was good. Went back into the bedroom, kissed the fiance goodbye, opened the door. Now, when I go to leave in the morning, before I leave in the morning, ordinarily, I take the dog outside. And we have a cat, and the cat's a cat. It's up at night. They're nocturnal. It's up at night. So usually in the AM, I get up, I get dressed. When the dog sees me turn the bro cave light out where I get dressed in the morning, usually she goes to the back door because it's go outside time. And for whatever reason, the cat's weird. It likes to sit in the door and watch me take the dog outside. And so I go to the back door. Now today, I'm an hour late. So I don't have time to let the dog out. So I'm like, all right, your mom will be up in a couple of hours. You went out late last night because I stayed up and watched the game. You're fine. When I walked over and opened the door, the dog was right there. The cat was right there. Both of them, as soon as the door opened and that air hit, went right to the back of the house. They were like, nope, I'm good. I walked outside, and it was that cold, all right? That deep breath cold, that reset your respiratory system cold. And I'm going to tell you, it is absolutely acceptable and justifiable to loudly about the cold. No problem with it, all right? It stinks. It sucks. I hate it. So anyway, it's a chilly Wednesday morning.
Yeah, my biggest concern when it's really cold is making it down the steps. Once I'm down there, I'm good. When I take that first step and I hear a crunch, it's like, okay, it's pretty cold.
Is that ice or your knee?
No, it's ice.
Okay.
So it's like let's hang on and make it down these steps, and then we're good.
It was miserable. I hated it, but the good news is we're here. We get to talk about sports and get paid for it.
Yeah, I used to have
Life's
to,
not bad.
and I feel bad for people who have to work out in this. But the majority of the year, you've got good weather. So you got a couple months here where it's iffy. But I used to have to work out in it every day, and I know how it feels.
No, have a good time. Got my cushy, comfortable office job with a heater in it. Enjoy your day, kids. All right. Let me you know what? We started talking basketball. Let me pick back up on that here for just a minute. I got one major complaint about these two teams, South Carolina and Clemson. Two teams, two complaints. When it comes to Clemson, are y'all allergic to defense in Little John? Are you not allowed to play it? Do you want to turn every game into a trap? I don't understand why it is that late I'm watching Georgia Tech come down the floor, run the same offense, and get the same jump shots off over and over. Why is it that Nathan George is lighting you up late, and for some reason, you just let the guy drive, get a pick, step inside the three-point line, and lift a J from the free throw stripe? And it happened like 6 times in a row.
It's one of those things where you go, no, he ain't gonna make another one, and then he does, and no, you'll miss the next one.
Like, how many times do you let the guy drain a J in your grill before you go, I should probably take that shot away? If he gets it inside, he gets it inside. If you gotta give up a 3 in order to defend the jumper that my dude has knocked down 6 of his last 6 times, then you do it. What are we doing?
Well, admittedly, I haven't watched Clemson play basketball, so I don't know if they have those kind of skills. But as a knower of ball, you can tell me, do they have defensive skills enough to stop that guy from, or do you, when you know you can't stop him, you just let him go by? Or, I mean, you got a few fouls to give, right? I mean,
dude, listen, it does not take a Pistons bad boys caliber defense to get a hand in somebody's face, man. Like, get a hand in his face. I'm not saying you got to go up with him every time, but get a hand in his face. Make him step back. Make him fade away. I understand you don't want to bring PJ Hall out from underneath the basket. Of course you don't. He's your big man, and Georgia Tech is again, they're nowhere near good enough to beat you inside out. They got to beat you outside in. I understand you don't want to rotate PJ Hall out from under the basket to come up and defend the free throw line frequently because you'll get killed by the backdoor cuts. But, like, flip it up. Change up something. And it's the same thing. It was the same thing over and over, up and down the floor. It was the same thing over and over, up and down the floor. It's wild. And then there's South Carolina. You had Georgia. You had them. And for whatever reason, when Georgia started making a push late in that game, the wheels came off. It is the exact, I go back to, I said this during the Alabama game. Was it last week? You went on the road down to Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Now, let me make abundantly clear. Alabama's a good basketball team, okay? Good basketball team. They are going to be a problem for some teams in the SEC tournament. The Kentuckys, the Tennessees, they have to be on alert for Bama because Nate Oates, you know what Alabama is? The exact opposite of South Carolina, at least in terms of mentality and composure. The exact opposite. South Carolina against Alabama. And Missouri did this last night too. I watched the Alabama-Missouri game before the South Carolina-Georgia game. Mizzou did the same thing South Carolina did. You know, like mid-teams do. Late in the game, Alabama started getting real physical. And I'm not just talking about hands-up, check-out defense. I'm talking loose balls. They're coming at you. They're jumping on them. They're jumping on you if you are between them. And once the whistle blows, they are going to continue to wrestle and fight you until they have that ball. They are aggressive. They are, I don't want to use the word violent, but they're ruthless. And if you are not mentally composed, they're going to break you down. It's exactly what Bama did to South Carolina last week. They did it to Mizzou last night. So I thought to myself, all right, here's a good moment. This is what we in the business call a teachable moment. If I'm Lamont, I am spending the next week of my life. And first off, let me make clear. I am talking about a 14-3 basketball team here. All right? But also, like 2 weeks ago, when we had a guy call the show and go, Rob Brown, why are you not talking about the Gamecocks men's basketball team? My response was what? Win one that's worth talking about, right? You got to win at Mizzou. You got to win against Mississippi State. I wanted to talk a little bit about it. But you got beat by damn near 30 on the road at Alabama. And the lesson that I thought you learned, you didn't. You beat a mid-team in Mizzou the next week, which, all right, like good. Good, that's a win you got to have. But Missouri's a 500, 0-3 in conference basketball team. I would have thought you're spending a week of your life, getting dialed in, getting ready, getting rid of that mental breakdown that you had against Alabama. And instead, Georgia comes right at you. They start banging around underneath the rim. They've got guys that are going underneath. Now, in fairness, Russell Chua is a 7-foot, 275-pound big man. It is going to be hard to stop that guy from doing what he wants to do underneath the rack. But you held him to 7 shots. He was 4 of 7. You didn't send him to the stripe. He was 1 of 2. It's not like that's enough to beat you, at least by itself. But late in the game, when Georgia dialed in, when Georgia figured out what they wanted to do, South Carolina's out there throwing up prayers, throwing up threes from 5 feet behind the arc with, 14 seconds left on the shot clock. And then when you get inside of 2.5 minutes, now all of a sudden, now you want to run set offenses? Now that you're down 5 with a buck and a half to play, now you want to set up run offenses? Now you want to start taking your time. There's 47 seconds left on the clock. Georgia's up 5. That's not impossible. It's tough, but it's not impossible. You knock down a 3, you get a stop, you come back, you hit a layup, you're now tied the game. 47 seconds left on the clock. South Carolina inbounds the ball. Georgia's pulled back to the half court. And what does South Carolina do? In that spot, this is basketball 101. I've coached middle school teams that know this. You roll the ball to half court. The guard walks it down. You don't pick it up until the defender comes out at you. What does South Carolina do? Bounce the inbound, start dribbling, take their time getting down the floor. They cross half court with like 36 seconds left, to like 10 seconds to work the ball down the floor against no defense. You're down 5. That's a 2-possession game, y'all. We got to go. You have now created a situation in which the Dogs are still up 3 and the shot clock is inside of the game clock. You have to foul them and send them to the stripe. When the shot clock was outside of the game clock, had you got the ball down there, made something happen, you've created a world in which Georgia has to shoot the rock, has to shoot it. You got a good chance for a rebound, and while it may only be 10 seconds or so, you got a chance to tie it up. Instead, you, by taking your time, allowed the game clock to be above the shot clock. Now you got to foul. It was a mental breakdown in this game, and I just didn't get it, man. I just didn't understand it. It bothered me because it is now the second game, and in fairness, this is on me. I have watched 2 of the last 3 games. I watched the Alabama game, and I watched you melt down. Now I've watched the Georgia game, and I watched you melt down. You're a 14-3 club. You're in a good spot if you can get your lives together. But it's this. Like, it's just this. This is what, at some point, you got to go, that's your identity. Your identity is a team that does not have composure. It's frustrating. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up hour number 1. We got to talk some Clemson ball as well. What is the deal with this team's complete and total lack of defense, man? Like, why is it down the stretch that Clemson just disappears from defending the mid-range jumper? They did it last night, cost you a ball game. We'll talk some more shooty hoops. We got NFL water cooler cheat sheet at 7 p.m. We're busy. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. The Rob Brown Show's on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, give me 30 seconds. I will be right back. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. Good morning.
That boy finger gun me. And then he danced down the hall.
There he is.
It's amazing how I want to use the word lift. I don't think I'm using it. I don't think I'm pronouncing it right, but
associated with arthritis or injury. This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment that can get you moving again, get your life back. And listen, it's non-surgical. If this year is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now. Call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation on the calendar today. Call 864-448-3772. That's 864-448-3772 in Greenville and in Asheville. 864-448-3772. Cards issued by certain banking subject members of U.S. Terms and Conditions apply. Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Grant,
the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/free. Ramp.com/free. ramp.com/free.
For complete rules on contests on this station, go to thefanupstate.com/rules. That's thefanupstate.com/rules.
Don't hear Joe's voice very often.
At Progressive, we love sports and saving you money, so we bundled them together. Top of the seventh looks like a pitching change as they've set up for a corner kick. Two black belts have entered the mat, and the slider is blown away. He heads the ball to midfield. This is quite a Kumite. Here comes the roundhouse. Has he got enough gas to get out of here? Unbelievable! They bundle their home and auto insurance with Progressive. Kick savings pitch karate.
Sorry, when you throw in the Kumite.
No, I agree. I was like, all right, funny concept.
Okay. I thought it was great. I was a big fan of the Kumite back in the day. Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Turn the beat around. I don't know why that's in my head.
I don't know either. Are you like a fan of Miami Sound Machine because of growing up in Florida? You have to be. Is it a law or something?
No. I just feel like if you are a person, you're a fan of the Miami Sound Machine. Because they just put out.
Well, the rhythm is going to get you.
Rhythm is going to get you. Rhythm is going to get you. Rhythm is going to get you. Rhythm is going to get you. Tonight. Bum, bum, ba-da. Digga, 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 digga. Gloria Estefan was perfection.
She might still be. I mean, I'm pretty sure she's still alive, but yeah.
I mean, musically.
Okay.
I mean, both.
Was it a boat crash or was it a car wreck? I can't remember what almost killed her. Maybe it was a bus. Something major.
Somehow during the break, Gloria Estefan made her way back into my consciousness. And I am A-okay with that. Banger after banger after banger from the Miami Sound Machine. Lonzo said, do you have to like her because you're a Florida guy? No, I just think if you're a person, you like Gloria Estefan. Just great stuff from the Sound Machine, man. It was her tour bus, by the way. It was a tour bus accident outside of Scranton, PA. All right, so there. Now here's it. I'm gonna have to spend the rest of the day listening to the Miami Sound Machine, and now so do you, because I don't think you can think about conga and not get that conga beat.
As long as you're not playing the slow stuff like "Don't Want to Lose Your Love" and stuff like that. I mean, because
See, I know that they exist.
No, because I don't want to go to sleep. That's all.
But I hear Sound Machine, and I'm going straight up.
Oh,
tempo.
Don't Want to Lose Your Love was a great song. I mean, did they put out any bad songs? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
I do agree that they're known for getting you on the dance floor, I suppose.
Yes. You know, we're going through the wedding planning right now. We had a big wedding planning weekend this past weekend, got a lot done. And one of the things we're working on is putting together the reception playlist, right? Because that is the most important thing you'll do. It's not the dress. It's not the suit, right? It's not the food. It's the music at the reception. That's it. That's the most important thing. If the music sucks, your reception sucks. And so we're kind of going back and forth, kicking around like, what's our playlist going to sound like? And stuff we want, stuff we don't, stuff that maybe it's not the greatest reception music, but it means something. Like, yeah, not going to lie, there's going to be a bop or two from Creed during the reception for me.
So shocking.
I know. She's into the bro country. There's going to be a couple of bro country songs I don't like.
Cringe.
Yeah, and she's going to be all in, and that's okay, right? It's about our music. Gloria Estefan is going to drop on that list, no doubt. No doubt. It's great stuff. Clemson. We talked about South Carolina just a minute ago. Let's talk about your basketball team for just a second, shall we? I am concerned, my dudes. I am concerned because as much as South Carolina melts down late under pressure, they do. If Carolina's not carrying a 10, 12-point lead into the last 5-6 minutes of the game, you can be uber aggressive with them, and they're going to lose their way. On the flip side, Clemson's defense is that way. For whatever reason, late in games, their defense just disappears entirely. I don't like Georgia Tech down the stretch last night, hit the same shot multiple times. It was just the same set, the same amount of times. You know, in football, there's always that moment where a team hits a big play, and then they come right back to it, and they hit it again, and they come right back to it, and you get some Chris Collinsworth type that goes, well, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to keep running the same play until you prove to me you can stop it. That's the best coaching strategy against Brad Brownell's Tigers late in the game. It's just run the same play until they adjust to stop it, and they didn't do that last night against Tech. I genuinely did not get it.
What are we doing?
Just the same offense over and over, and it worked. Change something. Switch man to zone, switch zone to man. Go from 2-3 to 1-3-1. Do something to adjust. Stop letting them one pass, dribble drive to the free throw line and rise up. Put somebody there, put a hand in the face. And I honestly, at this point, I think it's been the last couple of years. In fact, I remember when I moved here, which was in March. But when I came up to do my audition in February of 2000, I remember talking to the boss. He only asked me to do like 2 local segments. Like, I want to hear you talk about, and it was Muschamp for the football program in Columbia, and it was Brownell for the basketball team in Clemson. He's like, I want to hear how in tune you are with our teams. Do you know what that means? It is 2024. That means for 4 years, that's been the discussion. 4 years. And it's the same discussion we had then that we're having now. At some point, don't you get tired of it. You've proven you can bring in the talent to be an ACC competitor. This team could be an ACC competitor. But we're just going to keep doing the same things over and over. Hour number 2, we got NFL football talk. But before we get there, here's a guy who never ices up in the clutch. Here's Lonzo with a Sports Flash.
By the way, mid is comfortable because it's not losing. So there's that. The Falcons announced they interviewed Bill Belichick over the weekend, and now they meet with another successful former head coach, Jim Harbaugh. Harbaugh has been with that team up north since 2015 and is 86-25, and was successful for 4 seasons with the 49ers, going 44-19-1 with 2 division titles, 3 NFC championship game appearances, and a Super Bowl berth. Harbaugh has also spoken with the Chargers. Major League Baseball has agreed to allow the soon-to-be no longer Oakland Athletics to receive revenue sharing, even if they're not working on a new ballpark by next week. The Players Union also signed off on the deal as Vegas has approved a $380 million tentative deal. Tune in tonight or this afternoon or this evening at 5:30 as the Furman Paladins basketball team takes on VMI right here on your home for Furman Paladin Sports, the Fan, Upstate. Wow, what a contrast that was. Wow, some exciting traffic there.
I will tune in tonight, this afternoon, and this evening.
What?
Do do be do be do.
ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
According to Sports Illustrated, Jimmy Butler says he's written 60 country music songs. Eyes, a debut album. It's easy, man. Even Jimmy Butler can do it.
First off, you're insulting 2 things I love right now.
Yeah, I don't care. Country is easy. I've already proven it.
Jimmy Buckets.
No, how am I insulting him?
Jimmy Buckets loves country music. You're insulting both of us.
No, I'm not. I'm not insulting. You know what? Even if I am, I don't care. Country is horrible.
Y'all see what I got to work with in here?
It is the nails on the chalkboard. It is the screech of an owl right before you lose your eyes. There are so many things that it is. One thing it's not is quality music. Still say, if that shocked you every time you did it, you wouldn't do it. Well, you still might. I don't know. And he's back.
There he is. And I immediately go right back to doing it.
Of course you do.
No, screw again, I'm not a bro country guy. I just said that a minute ago.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools,
Do
it may not
be do be do be do be do be do be do do do.
or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie. The Fan.
Upstate.
WYRD Greenville.
WORD Spartanburg.
WFBC HD Tree Greenville.
W249TL Greenville.
W246CB Spartanburg. CBS Sports Radio. Live from the Fan.
QC in the first break. Ah.
For the Carolinas. This is the Rob Brown Show.
The Fan. Upstate.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Keep coughing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in to hour number 2.
Hey, don't listen to him. You are welcome here. Okay. Welcome in.
No, you are welcome here. I'm saying that
You
they
just
won't-
you just lifted up the welcome mat. You just yanked it out from underneath their feet. Somebody just fell down and hurt themselves.
Yeah, because they had to listen to that sound 4 times in a row, and it's disconcerting. At the least.
It's the way to start your day. You're welcome.
Welcome in, friends. Hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show gets going now. This is the Fan Upstate. How are you? Besides cold. It's cold outside. It's 17 degrees with a wind chill of bleep you. That's the temperature outside. I wish you all good luck. I wish you all the best. I got it. You know how cold it is?
What's above bleep you? I mean, before you get to that part, I mean, is there
Real cold.
Okay. All right.
Real cold.
Okay. All right.
Then bleep you cold.
Trying to
right?
find the degrees of degrees.
You know how cold it is? It's cold enough that when I open the door to go to the car, I want you to know there was, for just the briefest of moments in my mind, the thought of maybe I just text Lonzo I'm doing the show via Comrex from the house today. Maybe I'm going to text Zoe and be like, uh-oh, real late, going to just work from the house today.
I was kind of expecting that.
I would be lying to you to tell you I didn't consider it. All right. But like just a moment, like just a moment. I was like, yeah, I could just work from home. I can't though, because the fiance is not up at 6 a.m. and hearing me shouting from the room across the hallway would probably do a dent to our relationship. It would take a while to fix.
It'd be awesome though, because you'd be dodging things while you're doing the first hour of the show, and we'd see how good your reflexes are.
Thank you guys for watching this live stream. Ow, babe, I'm sorry. I got to do my job.
I don't think she's that accurate, but yeah, I think you're giving her too much credit. But I'd be willing to see, try that if you are.
All right, we got a lot of stuff we need to get into, a lot of stuff to talk about on the radio broadcast today. But my friends, it is 7:03 in the morning. You have less than an hour if you work one of those 8 to 5ers before you got to clock in and get to work. And then hopefully, if you got a good 8 to 5er, you're just a couple of hours away from your first break of the day.
That's a 9-hour day. Are they getting an hour lunch?
Yeah, that's how real jobs work.
No, that's what's 9 to 5, not
Right.
8 to 5.
Right, 8 to 5 plus a 1 hour lunch. That's how regular 8-hour a day jobs work. I did them for a long time.
Well, it's not an 8-hour day. It's a 9-hour day. I'm just saying.
You do 8
Yeah.
working
Uh-huh.
with 1 lunch in the middle. That's a regular. I know it's tough to imagine when we've been in this industry as long as we have, but most people who work in banks or insurance companies or whatever, they go from 8 to like noon, take a lunch break till 1, and then they come back from 1 till 5.
I always had to work like 10-hour days in all my other jobs.
Oh, for sure.
So I don't know about the 8, 9-hour days.
I mean, they are 9-hour days, but they are 8-hour shifts, I guess is the right way to put it. Whatever. Point is, you're going to catch a couple of smoke breaks, a couple of water cooler breaks. I almost said the name of the segment, and that would have completely ruined the intro. Whatever. You're going to need this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying, your first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It wasn't even up that loud. I mean,
It was up that loud.
it was. You just can't handle treble in the morning. That's all.
It was It was definitely up that loud.
It's not even at -10. It's like at -20.
Whatever. It was up that loud. All right. It is your water cooler cheat sheet. The 3 sports stories that you need to know for today, January 17th, 2024. Let us begin with item number 1. The NFL coaching carousel spins on evermore, and we are starting to get a lot more information about who is talking to whom and when and why. And, of course, we're going to get you caught up here in just a minute with some of the big ones. We start, of course, with our Carolina Panthers. We found out yesterday that there were 2 big names that have popped up on the roster of interviewees for the Panthers head coaching job. We know now that Raheem Morris, defensive coordinator for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who are still alive in the playoffs, in part because of their wildly aggressive defensive scheme in which they kept Jalen Hurts running for his life in the wild card round, is on the list of interviewees. We know that they have interviewed Chris Tabor, the special teams coordinator turned interim head coach, although the reports out of Charlotte are that Tabor never wanted to be a head coach. He did go through the interview, though, from what we understand. We also know the Panthers have interviewed Ejiro Evero, their own defensive coordinator. We're going to talk about him in just a minute. But there are others that have been added to the list as far as interviewees or requested interviewees. Dolphins offensive coordinator Frank Smith virtually interviewed on Tuesday. Ravens offensive coordinator Todd Monken virtually interviewed on Thursday, also interviewed with the Chargers. Ravens defensive coordinator Mike McDonald virtually interviewed last Thursday. He is also either interviewed with or had requests for interviews with the Falcons, Seahawks, Chargers, Titans, and Commanders. Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn interview is scheduled for today, according to Albert Breer. Bengals offensive coordinator Brian Callahan is set to interview tomorrow. He is also either interviewed or had a request from Atlanta, Tennessee, and the Chargers. Bucks defense coordinator Raheem Morris. Eagles offensive coordinator Brian Johnson. Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slovic. Buccaneers offensive coordinator Dave Canellis. And now we add one more to the list, Lonzo. Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions. 2 of those guys on this list. 2 of the guys on this list right now are 2 of the top tier candidates out there. Ben Johnson is wanted by just about everybody right now. Now, as of right now, Ben Johnson has interviews with the Carolina Panthers, the Seattle Seahawks, the Atlanta Falcons, the LA Chargers, the Washington Commanders, and the Tennessee Titans. And Bobby Slovic, the Texans OC, has an interview requested by Carolina along with Atlanta, Seattle, Tennessee, and Washington. Very interesting. Very interesting. Now, the guys that played in the wild card round. I said Raheem Morris with the Bucks a minute ago. I meant the Rams. Raheem Morris, Dave Canellis, Bobby Slovic, Smith, Quinn, Ben, and Brian Johnson were all obviously unable to interview last week because they had wild card playoff games. All 6 candidates may interview this week. Guys that are coaching teams that are still alive are allowed to interview from this point moving forward, although many of them may elect not to do so. If that is the case, if you start hearing that so-and-so was requested but did not accept an interview with the Panthers, do not take that as, oh, that means we suck and he hates us. A lot of these guys are still active. A lot of them are not going to take interviews while they are working on winning a Super Bowl. So don't panic yet.
Didn't last year he think we suck and he hates us?
A lot of times. And I'm not saying that's not going to be the case, right? The conversation about the relationship between the head coach and David Tepper is, I have no doubt, going to scare off a handful of candidates. I am sure there are some cats that are going to say no to an interview because of the horror stories that have come out.
That long list of names you read, I'm sitting there thinking, okay, can any of these guys fix the Panthers? And none of them jump out to me.
All right, so here's what I would say. Frank Smith, the Miami OC, I'm interested in. Because while it is Mike McDonald's offense, I do think that Frank Smith has a pretty heavy hand in helping to put it together. I think Bryce Young is more than capable of handling a complicated offense. Problem is just the offensive line. That can be fixed, but it's not necessarily going to get fixed by a head coach. I have zero problem. In fact, I would be relatively happy if Ejiro Evero ended up being the guy. I just can't imagine a world where he's got interviews with other teams that are closer to being successful if the stories about Dave Tepper are true, that he decides to stay on board.
All right. Evero must be getting interviewed on his work before he came to the Panthers, because the work that he's done since he's been there is not worth being a head coach.
You and I have butted heads on this. My argument has been the defense was not bad. I would like to point out that in the last 2 games of the season, the defense showed up. Tampa Bay, a team that just beat the Eagles 32-9, scored 9 points on your defense. 9 points should win you the majority of NFL games that you play. Okay? Ejiro Evero was handed a mountain of responsibility, which was to coach a defense that played alongside this offense. It's not on him. You won't accept it. I understand that, but that's my argument. I don't think Tabor's the guy. Monken, okay, but I again, it's tough for me to get excited about an OC who's got a QB like Lamar Jackson involved, because if Monken's offense broke down and didn't work, there's a lot of games you never know it because Lamar Jackson can bail you out by being Lamar Jackson.
You know, speaking of OCs, unless I didn't hear it, I didn't hear Eric Bieniemy's name on that list.
Not yet. You haven't.
Okay. All right. Because, I mean, he was, overlooked and all that kind of stuff, and he went to Washington. Now you don't hear
You want to hear the rumor going around the NFL insider circles right now where Eric Bieniemy could end up next year?
Yeah, he's going back to Kansas City.
Yep.
I mean, that happens a lot.
Yep.
So, I mean, you go out, you find out grass not that green out there.
I don't think it's grass isn't greener. I think he went to the Commanders thinking that was going to be an opportunity for him. I am going to be a little shocked but pleasantly surprised if the Commanders hand the job to Eric Bieniemy. We brought you here. We have faith in you. We want to elevate you to that role. But Bieniemy's had his shots before and nobody hired him. I'm intrigued to see if anything changes. The guys that I look at that I think step in and fix this are Rams DC Raheem Morris, Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick, and Ben Johnson from Detroit. Those are the 3 guys that I'm most intrigued by, because I think those are the 3 guys that aren't taking the job if Dave Tepper's not going to get out of the way. We'll talk more about that coming up later in the show, because we still have 2 more items to get to, and we're very late in the segment. Let us get to item number 2. Tough night for the Palmetto State in college basketball yesterday evening, as both the Gamecocks and the Tigers were at the Hizzle, and both of them took the L. 93-90 winners, Georgia Tech over Clemson in double overtime. PJ Hall led all scores with 31 points, and Shiflin chipped in 20. There were 4 Tigers starters in double digits in the scoring category. The problem was not the starters. The problem was that in the entirety of the game, you had 8 points off the bench. RJ Godfrey put up 8. Nobody else off the bench was able to score a single point in this game. And then there's the shooting. 41.4% from the floor on 29 of 70. You actually lifted 8 more shots than the Yellow Jackets from the field, but they still outshot you. And then there's the three-point shooting. 3 of 21. Clemson was 3 of 21. If you're bad at math, don't worry. I've done it for you already. That is 14% from the arc. That's not going to get it done against anybody at this level. Defensively, the team just hit the skids late in the game. Georgia Tech was throwing just shot after shot from inside the arc, mid to long range jumpers, knocking them down, and Clemson never changed anything. Double OTL at the crib, but they were not alone, my friends. 74-69 your final as the Georgia Bulldogs elevate their record to 13-4, now 3-1 in conference with a win over the now 14-3, 2-2 in conference Gamecocks of South Carolina. The Gamecocks felt like they were in charge for the overwhelming majority of this game. They had a 1-point lead at the half that was probably closer than the game actually was. There was a spot in the early second half that it felt like South Carolina was going to pull apart, but Georgia just never went away. They just kept chicken. They kept grinding. They kept coming at South Carolina. And as I warned you, when Alabama beat South Carolina last week, when the game got intense, this team lost its composure. They started elevating questionable jumpers, questionable three-pointers. Their defense started falling apart. They were setting screens where the Dogs in South Carolina just did not know how to handle it and didn't respond well. The composure of this team in close games is a problem, okay? You can get away with it when you're lined up across from bad teams. You can get away with that against, respectfully, VMI, DePaul, Grand Canyon University, which I didn't even know was a real thing. I thought that was just like a TV advertisement.
Yeah, I thought that was just an online thing.
Nope. Apparently they got a basketball team, okay? I assume that they like all practice on Zoom meetings and then just show up to games. I don't know how it works. You can get away with that against Commuter College GCU. You're not getting away with that in the SEC, even against mid teams. We'll talk more basketball later in the show, but we got to get to item number 3. Lonzo had this one in the Sports Flash this morning. I wanted to make it item number 3 because I was very curious about it. Major League Baseball, the Major League Baseball Players Union, and other groups involved have all ticked the box yes to approve the Oakland Athletics receiving revenue sharing this upcoming season, but they had to kind of twist around a little bit because this Monday was the deadline for the Oakland Athletics to have a plan in place for the construction of a new baseball stadium. Remember, the A's are moving to Las Vegas. Las Vegas does not currently have a baseball stadium. The A's were tasked with making sure that they had a place to, play baseball in Las Vegas. Well, they got a very loose framework done. The Nevada legislature approved $380 million in public financing last June for a $1.5 billion stadium on the Strip that is expected to be completed for the 2028 season. That means that the A's will play 2024, 5, 6, and 7 effectively as a nomadic team. They'll play some games in different stadiums across the great southwest of the United States. They'll be playing in other teams' ballparks as the home team. Then I'll go ahead and call this shot now, probably be playing some Major League Baseball regular season games in minor league parks around the country. And why not? Nobody wants to be fans of that team in their current iteration. The MLB went ahead and said, hey, we know you didn't do that thing that you were supposed to do. There was a labor contract in place that states, quote, if by January 15, 2024, the Athletics have not entered into a binding agreement in Oakland or another city to construct a new Major League Baseball facility to host Athletics championship season games, the Athletics shall be fully disqualified from receiving revenue sharing beginning with the 2024 revenue sharing year. That would kill the team. that would kill the team. It would have been the first time we saw an MLB team effectively walked out of the league. But they basically said, we don't really have a plan, but we have 1/3, less than a third of the financing needed to build that stadium. Are we good? And baseball rolled over and said, yeah, we're good. That'll work. This whole thing's weak, dude. This whole thing's weak. And it's weak because it is, in my opinion, the single best illustration to date that the organizations in charge of your favorite sports don't give a damn about you. They don't care about you as a fan. They don't care about you as a fan with the relationship to your team. They don't care about your love for your squad. They care solely about printing money. Because if they did, they would have stuck to this. They would have said, go back to Oakland, get a new stadium there, figure it out. But they didn't. They said, we told you to do this one thing and you didn't do it. And that's okay. We love you. You're so cute. Go make us money in Vegas, please. So 4 years, this team is going to play as a nomadic squad, and baseball is good with it. The only reason I bring that up is to say this, as I always have. Please remember, ladies and gentlemen, that at the end of the day, when you're pouring your life into this stuff, the folks in charge do not care about anything other than your value as a money spender and nothing else. Hey, speaking of money spenders, we talked about this very briefly yesterday. Peacock saw 23 million people watching their wild card round game that's streamed only on Peacock. That is going to have major implications on the world of sports, and I would like to talk about that when we come back. I am Rob Brown. The Great Malonzo is on the ones and twos. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, quick live read, and we're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, amigos, we are back.
Smith and James in the next break.
10-4.
Take control of your listening experience with Rewind on the Odyssey. Instant jaw-dropping moments, no worries. With Rewind, you can relive big moments from Mark Ryan, Ron Brown, Jim Rome, and more. Don't miss a biggest hit Rewind with the Odyssey app on the Fan Upstate. Rise and shine, sports fans. Grab your coffee and get a jolt of sports on the Ron Brown Show with the Odyssey.
23 million people tuned in to watch the Miami Dolphins v. Kansas City Chiefs, which streamed exclusively on NBC's Peacock app this weekend. That, of course, is the streaming app of NBC, who owned the rights to that game. They paid the National Football League to be able to put that on their stream, effectively banking that enough people would subscribe to Peacock, if just for that game, that they would be able to retain a chunk of them in order to make up the cost via streaming subscriptions. And that worked. I was listening to Amy Lawrence this morning as I was getting ready for the show. And she said that, according to, I think, Nielsen, that of American internet activity on Saturday night, roughly a third of all internet activity was people watching the NFL game. I want you to think about what that means. And again, I'm not exactly sure where Amy pulled that from, but I also know Amy Lawrence is not somebody who screws around with her numbers. She's good at her job. I trust her. One out of every 3 people that was on the internet on Saturday evening were watching that game. That's a success. That means that yes, NBC paid the NFL a big chunk of money to be allowed to put it solely on their streaming platform. You know what else that means? It also means that NBC was solely in charge of every advertisement that ran during that game. And on top of that, they got the subscription fees for folks who signed up. I know for a fact there's a bunch of people that were willing to drop the $5 or whatever it was for the 1-month free trial, or I guess not free trial, to watch Peacock. And you and I both know, as most of us have done in the past, a solid chunk of them are going to forget to cancel that subscription, and they're going to get hit for at least a month. What NBC is banking on is that if I can get you in with the NFL games, I will keep you in for the soccer, the wrestling, the TV shows that you can't stream anywhere else. And I'm sure that's going to work to a degree. So, with all of those things being said, my question mark is, if 1 out of every 3 internet users on Saturday were watching this game, which is what we're being told is the case, is there any way that we're not going to see this become commonplace amongst professional sports in the United States? Is there any way we're not going to see Major League Baseball, the NBA, the NFL, NHL start to move over to a more stream-based broadcast? I don't think there's any chance that this isn't a reality in the future, because we're willing to do it, right? We spent multiple weeks leading up to this past weekend, multiple weeks talking about this. How could they? The audacity to put a roadblock, put an ad wall, effectively, between us and this game that everybody's excited about. Let's say it what it is. This was one of, in my opinion, the 2 most exciting games of the weekend. I think Detroit, St. Louis was one. I thought Kansas City, Miami was the other. And you paywalled us here. But then I and you and a lot of other people sat down and watched Peacock on Saturday, right? So knowing that it works, you're going to see this happen. I have had a discussion point, I guess, that I have discussed on this show for many years. The talking point that I've had on the show many years comes up at the beginning of football season every year, when we inevitably get a phone call from someone who chimes in and says, Rob, I am offended by NFL prices. They're so high that I can't take my family to games. Rob, I think it is offensive that Super Bowl tickets are going to set you back $2,000 to be in the building. How can regular Joe ever see a Super Bowl with prices that high? And my response every year is, hey, dudes, look, the NFL does not care whose butt is in the seats as long as the butts are in the seats. One of the things that I am interested in hearing is if the NFL has any words for David Tepper and how he runs his team. Not because the team's bad. The NFL doesn't particularly care if teams are bad if the stadium is still sold out. What was likely going to draw the ire of the NFL to the Panthers wasn't the win-loss record. What was going to draw the ire is that Lonzo and I came on the air and were making fun of the fact that in the last 3 weeks of the season, you could buy tickets to go see the Panthers play, not a joke, for $1. It was going to cost you more in Ticketmaster fees than the cost of the ticket to go see the team play. I suspect, though I did not go, that in those last 2 or 3 home games, had you spent enough time circling the stadium, you could have found scalpers outside the stadium that would have been happy to offload a ticket for $5 just to get rid of them, right? That's where the NFL's not good. So here's the thing. If the NFL was to, let's say, cut their viewing audience by 25%, but up their revenue intake by $1 billion, $2 billion a year, they're gonna do it. Okay? They're gonna do it. Major League Baseball is the same way. What's the point of having a Wednesday afternoon game if you're gonna get 7,000 people into Truist Park to watch it? If I can put those games on a stream that's available anywhere and get just 1 million people to pay me $10 a month to be able to watch those streams without blackouts, then yeah, I'm likely to stop putting those games on regular television. I'm likely to stop broadcasting those games in any way that doesn't result in you not tuning in. I will watch the audience crumble if it's going to up my television revenue by $1 billion a year.
I don't know how much this experiment proves, though, because it's Peacock and it's NBC. They have one game a week. One game a week. It's not like it's CBS or Fox where they have multiple games and maybe you can see one in your local area that you couldn't, which you won't because they'll black it out. They have one game a week, and it's usually the Sunday night game.
They have one game a week.
This was the marquee game. I think any other game other than Detroit and the Rams, any other game I think would have done less.
I don't think you're wrong. I agree. It is a marquee game. But what is the whole point of pay-per-views? We're wrestling guys, Zoe. The whole point of pay-per-views is they create a card. This is the thing you have to watch.
Well, no, you're right. But look at Prime. Look at the games for Prime. They create. I mean, was there a matchup that you went, man, I got to get a Prime subscription because I got to watch this game? No. To the fact that the guys doing the games were uninterested.
Yes, but I'm going to yes, but this. Yes, but I'm going to yes, but this. Thursday Night Football on the stream, when it was signed, was an experiment. It was not, this is the final product. It was a beta test. You know what it was? It was, let's roll the double-decker sandwich that the buns are made out of 2 more fried chicken breast out in the Spartanburg market and see if that one area likes it. And if they do, then we'll start expanding it. Putting it on Amazon Prime was a good way for the NFL to pick up a paycheck, sure, but it was more, let's see if people are willing to do this. Let's see if people are willing to pay money to have these games. We're not going to throw our best stuff. And on top of that, remember, playing on Thursday means these teams are on short weeks more often than not. A lot of the teams, caught a Thursday game after their bye week, but a lot of them caught the bye week after the Thursday game. And so they were on short weeks. You were never going to get the best games. It was more along the lines of, let's see if people will tune in. And they did. So the Peacock game this past Saturday night was, yes, still an experiment. Let's see if people flock to Peacock for a playoff game. And they did. A third of internet users were watching that game. They did. They flocked to it. So now the NFL knows a couple of things. Number one, they know that we will pay for streaming. Amazon Prime saw that spike when they created Thursday Night Football. So they tried the new thing. Let's make it a primetime playoff game. And let's see what those numbers look like. Do you understand how ridiculously valuable the concept of 1 out of every 3 internet users looking at your product is? Dude, that's numbers that Kim Kardashian hasn't been able to touch in her career. That's numbers that the most successful YouTubers would sell their soul to be able to get. And the NFL did it. On its first try, the NFL did it. So put yourself in the position of the CEO of insert streaming company name here, with the knowledge now that if you get a good enough game on in prime time, that your app will control a third of the internet. I was watching the game on Saturday, right? We were up in the hills. We were all watching in the movie theater, and Tirico tosses us to break. He's like, all right, we'll be back to Kansas City after this advertisement break. And the ad, I don't know if you saw it, so I'm assuming you did. It was a Geico ad featuring the Geico caveman. It was a freaking mini movie.
Yeah, it was
like 3 minutes long.
You're talking about he finally sits down and is able to watch the
yeah,
and it ends up being about the gecko and
Yeah.
not about him. Poor guy, man.
it was 3 minutes long. And here's the best part
Don't you
about
feel
it.
sorry for him? I mean,
Oh, yeah, I do feel bad for the caveman. He got a raw deal.
I wonder if it's the same actor. I don't know.
It is.
Is it?
It is.
Is it the same actor? Good for him.
So they run a 3-minute freaking TV novella about the Geico caveman. Here's the best part. They come back from break. Tirico's like, welcome back to Kansas City where it's cold as bleep and we should not be playing football. Anyway, here's a commercial break. And they go right back to commercials. There were at least 2 or 3 times in that game where they came back from a break, showed the stadium, and then went back to a commercial
By the
break.
way, I had the same reaction you did. Is if this was on DVR, this was my reaction. I'd be skipping this right now.
Yeah.
We love advertisers, by
For
the way.
sure.
I'm not going to act like we don't. We do. That's how we're able to be on the air. But there are times for something like that, you're like, yeah, I don't need to. I want to get back to the
Look,
game.
we all know how this works, all right? You all know how the sausage is made. Zoe and I aren't here doing this for 4 hours a day if we don't have advertisers paying to get their product or to get their services in front of you, in your earballs, all right? I know how the sausage gets made. But at the same time, it gets a little ridiculous every now and then. But blah, blah, blah. Put that aside. The complaints about the broadcast itself, let's put that aside and let's stay focused. The reality is this. Peacock controlled 1/3 of internet traffic in America on Saturday night. What is the valuation of that to a streaming service? All of the money. All the money. So eventually, they're going to get to go to the NFL and go, hey, you know how Fox and ESPN and NBC are all paying you like $1 billion some change to broadcast games every year? Tell you what, we will give you $2 billion a year and we only want 1 game a week. And now all of a sudden, Sunday Night Football is only on Peacock. You want to watch Sunday Night Football every Sunday? And I'm going to go ahead and call the shot. This will happen in the next 3 to 5 years. There is going to be a deal signed between NBC and the NFL for NBC to only put Peacock on their streaming service. Why? Because putting it on NBC television makes them a bunch of ad revenue. They will get the same ad revenue and the subscription costs and control the message on Peacock.
It's already on Peacock.
No, I mean solely.
Sunday Night Football is already on Peacock because
but
my
it's
TV
also on NBC. I'm saying it's only going to be on
my
Peacock.
TV's messed up in my bedroom. So on Sunday nights, if I want to watch the game before I go to bed, I watch it on my iPad on Peacock.
Sure.
So
it's on Peacock now. What I'm saying is they're going to double their annual payment to the NFL to move it exclusively to Peacock. There'll be no more Carrie Underwood on NBC Channel 7. It'll be on Peacock. You want Thursday or Sunday Night Football? You don't get to watch it on regular TV anymore. You want Sunday Night Football, you sign up for Peacock. And on top of that, the NFL will factor that into its scheduling, and Sunday Night Football will be the best game of the weekend every week. I could see, and this is just me going off the deep end, and then we got to take a break.
Yeah, because I don't know how you can ensure it's going to be the best game every week.
Year-long flex schedule.
Okay, if you have flex, and there's still no guarantee, but you could get as close as possible with flex. Yes.
They already have flex scheduling later in the year so that they can make sure that the best games are on in the primetime slot. We see it every year. Now you go, tell you what, we, as long as the players agree, and they will because they'll get money for it, they'll get a concession elsewhere. We want flex scheduling every week. So every Sunday night when the last game wraps up, the NFL on Monday will send out a press release that says we are moving Chiefs-Dolphins to Sunday Night Football. Sign up for Peacock to make sure you don't miss it. It's happening. It's coming down the pipe because the money's there because we gave it to them. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Smith and James.
All right, guys, quick live read, and we're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. And they made the playoffs, exactly.
Southbound I-85 past Rockland Climate Road in an accident in the left lane. That's caused about a mile and a half backup. That's going to cost you about 5 minutes of drive time this morning. Now, southbound 101 also at Rockland Climate Road looks to slow down. Accident's got a lane block there as well. The News Talk 98.9 WORD Traffic Center. I'm Chris Stadler on the fan.
You imagine a team losing to DeVry University?
Be like losing to Vanderbilt, right? Duke's supposed to be a smart school, and they've got a decent basketball.
They do.
Available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt.
I don't think DeVry exists anymore, does it?
I have no idea.
100,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. That's 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. Program and services not available in all states.
You can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain for 2024. Hey, it's Charlie James. Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knee or shoulder. Call QC Kinetics now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief. Your body has what it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the point where we just replaced cable with. I counted the other day. I think I have 9 streaming services right now. One of them I got for free with my phone set up. At least 2 of them I have for one show. It's ridiculous. Like my collective streaming bill now is as high as my cable bill was when I decided to get rid of cable and just go to the internet.
She's choosing to help protect herself with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo. Abrysvo is a vaccine for the prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by respiratory syncytial virus, RSV.
And Peacock's probably the cheapest of them all.
Abrysvo is not for everyone.
And we're running late.
Protect all who receive the vaccine. Don't get a
So in and out right here.
allergic reaction to its ingredients. People with a weakened immune system may have a decreased response to Abrysvo. And the common side effects are tiredness, headache, and injection site and muscle pain. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
There's nothing worse than coming home from a cold day to find out that your heater isn't working. When this happens, you need an HVAC company you can trust. A company like Priority Heating and Air. Their HVAC specialist will give your system a thorough checkup. And if you need a new unit, Priority Heating and Air is a proud distributor of the Coleman line of HVAC systems. So keep your family or business warm this winter and give Priority Heating and Air a call today. Or online at HVAC.com.
Yeah, we're replacing the carpets too, so don't worry about that.
No fresh powder yet, but Dan Ski Lodge has an avalanche of projects. He needs a staff engineer to navigate a flurry of new requests.
And all of those will be fully
You can help him hire great people fast. Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
71307. Keyword fan.
You're listening to the
The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate. James chimed in on our stream, which you can join at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, or by searching the Rob Brown Show on YouTube or on Twitch, and said, quote, "It is amazing how everyone traded in their expensive TV bill for a collection of streaming services." For sure. That was obvious to me from the beginning. And by the way, I will tell you, one of the streaming platforms I am currently paying for is NFL Plus. I pay for NFL Plus because they give you the opportunity to go back and watch previous games and do so from the All-22 cam. I have told you, I learn more from the All-22 cam than I do from any television broadcast. It is massively important to me. But as we pointed out in the past, and as I pointed out in the past, as in the last segment, if we are going to allow the stream to earn 30% of internet users' attention on a Saturday night, it's only going to pick up from there. It's only going to pick up from there. Texter said, just like weed in high school, I never bought it. I just hung out with people that had it. I will never buy Peacock for one game or pay-per-view for one fight. Again, I have never in my life done that repeatedly, with the exception of begging mom and dad to buy me wrestling pay-per-views back during the NWO days.
I'm glad you were specific about, you said,
Yeah, I was a kid.
No, that's not what I mean, because Stoner was
Oh,
talking.
yeah, no. I like the intro line from the text. It's a good one. Yes, you're not going to do it for one game. Of course you're not going to do it for one game. You will do it if it's every Sunday night. You will do it if it's every Sunday night and it gets to the point where the NFL is flexing. Now, keep in mind, in order to flex games to Sunday night, the NFL will have to appease Fox and ESPN, who are also paying big dollars to put it on TV. But it depends on how much a streaming company is willing to come through in the clutch. So we'll see. All right, we'll talk more about that as this story continues to develop. Now, segue to a sports flash.
I have been segued. It was not a great night for the Palmetto State in college basketball, as both Clemson and South Carolina took losses at home. Clemson lost to the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets 93-90 in double overtime. Tech entered the game 8-8 with only one ACC win. PJ Hall led all scorers with 31, while 4 Clemson starters scored in double digits. But Clemson allowed Tech to shoot 50% from the floor and 43% from deep. Things weren't much better in Columbia as the Georgia Bulldogs knocked off the Gamecocks 74-69. Only 2 South Carolina players scored in double figures, Michi Johnson with 19 and BJ Mack with 16. South Carolina shot less than 40% from the floor and was 6-26 from deep, but most importantly, missed 15 out of 32 free throws. Tune in tonight or this afternoon or this evening at 5:30 as the Furman Paladins take on VMI right here on the Fan Upstate. I don't know. What do we think about traffic guy today? I'm just not. I think he's on the edge of sarcastic traffic. That's what just what I'm hearing. We should walk down the hall and tell him to do better. I think I'm just disappointed that we're not getting the one fill-in guy. Now it's time for traffic.
I miss Meek Voice guy. The guy that sounded like he was afraid of his microphone.
And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Let's hear from Mark Lynch, the president of Jack Lynch Appliance Center.
Heavenly Father, I pray for the people of our great country. You tell us, why should we let the pressures of life bother us when we can take courage
citizen, and you're holding money being Jesus, we pray. Amen.
You've just heard from Mark Lynch, the president of Jeff Lynch Appliance Center.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. I mean, where else are the scenic views as good as your view of the game? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here, and eBay Motors has everything you need to keep your ride or die alive. From superchargers, brakes, exhaust kits, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay has
Smith and James in the first break.
And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed.
I think I'm relapsing.
to ride every time for your money back. But
Relapsing?
speed at the prices you
Oh.
want. It's easy to bring home the win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Lots of blood, by the way. Okay.
That's not great.
No, not when you can taste it. What's that?
Powerful cold and flu symptom relief with a dreamy honey taste. Feeling better, honey? Honey? I'll take that as a yes. Try NyQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu symptom relief. NyQuil Severe
So,
honey flavor.
If I get up and run out of the room,
It's because you're bleeding from
it's
the
because
nose.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. We talked about that earlier, Joey B. Shooting 14% from three in a game like that it's unacceptable. Like, to the point that I'm telling my team, I don't want to shoot a three in this game. Not a single one. Every shot 15 feet or shorter. Yeah. Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show starts now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Fan of State. Welcome back, my friends, to the show that eventually ends at 10 a.m., as a matter of fact, is when it ends. We are glad to have you along for the ride. I am Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, on the ones and twos today. The Brad Brownell fans are out in force this AM. Joey B steps in and hits us with 2 back-to-back comments out of the gate. Number 1, rumor is WWE's Monday Night Raw is going to Amazon. I would not be shocked. It is the most popular episodic show in America. It would not surprise me if Amazon comes off $1 billion a year to own the exclusive rights to it. Second off, it's kind of a perfect show for that, right? It's kind of a perfect show for that. The second comment he said was, and I quote, in all caps, fire Brownell on the stream. Rob, you still feel okay about Clemson basketball, or can we just go ahead and fire Brownell? Last night was just maddening.
You know what? I remember last year hearing this. You know what? I remember the year before that hearing this. You know what? I remember the year before that hearing this. Clemson is okay with mid at basketball. If they weren't, he would have been gone a long time ago.
I think it's frustrating. We talked about, in fact, I was listening last night to BetMGM Tonight for a few minutes. I was listening to PJ Glasser and Trista Crick, who I both work for BetQL. Love them both. They're both good hosts, good people. And they were talking about Mike McCarthy in Dallas, right? And they were discussing the fact that Mike McCarthy is going to get you to 12, 13 wins every year, and then he's going to get you bounced from the playoffs every year. And they were talking about how there must be a fear for Dallas. There must be a fear that, you know, the next guy may not get us even into the playoffs. And it's the old classic adage of always the bridesmaid, never the bride. How many times do you have to get real close before you get tired of being real close? At what point does the risk of it could definitely be worse, but it also might be better, outweigh the reward of constantly being in the picture, but always kind of in the background? I would say for Clemson, y'all have got to be about at that point, right? You've got to be about at the point where you've had enough. I have to imagine. I don't understand, and Joey B hit this as well. I don't understand how in a game like last night, your team can come out and shoot 14% from behind the arc. 14% on 3 of 21 shooting. But let me take you back a handful of nights. A 65-55 loss against the North Carolina Tar Heels. Now, North Carolina is a pretty good team. Armando Bacot and company are going to be a tournament team. Clemson was in that game for probably longer than they should have been. It was tied at halftime, 34-34. Clemson managed 21 points in the second half. Part of the reason why, Zoe, they were 1 of 18 from 3. 1 of 18. That's not a typo, people. That's genuine. That's legitimate. 1 of 18. I mean, there's got to be a point where if you're the coach, you're going, hey, no more threes. You're terrible. You guys are awful at this. Don't do it again.
Yeah, you pull them. You suck at 3. You suck at no more threes.
You're all garbage. Stop. 1 of 23. 18. 1 of 18. Looking at the wrong number there.
Still not.
Still bad.
Yeah.
Still not much difference from 1 of 18 to 1 of 23. That is 5.6% from the arc.
Do we have anybody on this team who can dribble the ball towards that round thing and just get underneath it and try to shoot?
You also had, just so we continue to point out the trend in that game, I told you last night, 8 points off the bench for Clemson. Again, I know you've got some guys that are injured, some guys that are banged up, some guys that are just recently returning, getting healthy. I understand that there's a lot of question marks. You had 8 points off the bench last night. In that North Carolina game, 2. You had 2 points off the bench. 2 points. 2 points. 1 basket off the bench in that game. 21 of 58, shot 36.2% from the floor while allowing North Carolina to shoot 42%. 5.6% from the arc, allowed 35% out of the heels. 12 of 16 from the stripe. I look at South Carolina and the struggle they're going through right now with the last couple of games really getting away from the Gamecocks. I shouldn't say last couple. They beat Mizzou on the road. Last night specifically. With South Carolina, the ability to score the rock is there. But they panic every time somebody puts a little pressure on them, right? To me, when you're going 1 of 18 from the arc, when you're going whatever it was last night, that pathetic showing against Georgia Tech where they shoot 3 of 21, and you keep leaning back on that, I don't know what to say about it. It is one thing to lose. It's college basketball. Everybody loses a few, okay? Texter said all college basketball is inconsistent. That's why it sucks to watch and is terrible. No, it's not, Texter, with all due respect. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's athletics. You play a lot of games in a lot of days. You're going to have down nights. You're going to have a bad night. You're going to have a night where the chemistry is off, the timing is off, the execution is off. Hell, sometimes the shots just don't fall.
Can you tell me, maybe you know this, when's the night that I can watch where everything's on so it looks like real basketball and I don't get told, it's just good defense, when it's just go that way, miss a shot, go that way, miss a shot, go that way, miss a shot. Oh, there's a star on this team. I should enjoy him because he'll be gone next year. Because he'll be in the NBA where they play good basketball.
If you look at the NBA, I watched a man last night in the NBA. This is from an NBA defender. It's from an NBA guy. I watch more NBA than probably most of you. Last night, I watched a cat take 6 steps on one dribble from half court to a layup, and we were just all fine with that. The other night, I watched league MVP back-to-back times, Nikola Jokic, get the ball at the stripe, turn in 3 circles, alternating feet back and forth, no call. And we're just all okay with that. It is a far more pure game of basketball at the college level. Okay? I hate being that guy. I hate being that guy because I say the exact opposite about football. The NFL is a better football game. College football is better with the theatrics and the drama and the tradition and the legacy and the history and all that. But if you want good football, the NFL is better. College basketball is a more pure representation of the game to the NBA.
Maybe the women's game for sure, but the men's game, no, it's not.
Lonzo.
It is not.
Yes, it is.
You can get angry and say my name, but that doesn't mean you're right. College basketball, when they went to one and done, they ruined the game. They did. When you don't have players who stick around enough to where you can actually gel with your other teammates and all that kind of stuff, the best shooters stick around 1 year and they're gone.
You are telling me
if there's a 5th-year senior, that's a guy who I could probably beat on the basketball court.
There are not nearly as many one and dones as you make it out to sound. You make it sound like every year half of college basketball goes one and done. They don't. There's a few.
You're right.
There's a few.
The elite.
Right.
They're there. They're the stars. They're the guys that you're going to see on TV coming up on when the tournament happens. They're the guys on the marquee. Those guys won't be there next year.
Lonzo, there are 5 one and done guys.
My name again.
Right, because the thing you're saying is an insult to basketball that is also not true. Is it true there are one and dones? Yes. Did it ruin the game? Oh, the drama.
Rob,
there are 5 guys.
College
that are
basketball.
one and done.
You've tried to convince me for a while. Mark Ryan tried to do the same thing. Greg McKinney tried to convince me, if I recall. I haven't believed any of you. It has nothing to do with me being stubborn.
What's college basketball game you watch?
I'm not too. I don't watch college basketball unless I have to.
Right.
Because it's so bad.
No.
It's so bad.
You don't know.
What have you been talking about all day about how bad the game is? Then you're going to tell me, oh, but watch tonight. You're telling everybody listening to us how bad these two teams are playing, and then you want me to go watch a game.
Are they the only 2 college basketball teams?
No, I know if if I decide to watch a Duke basketball game, they're going to be good because they're consistently good. And I know if I want to watch North Carolina, I know if I want to watch Ohio State, Michigan, those basketball teams are going to be good. But basketball around here, no. That's why there's no expectations. That's why there's no calling for firings, because they don't expect the teams to be good.
Let's be clear. Then say college basketball in this state is bad.
College basketball as a whole is bad. There's a handful of teams that are going to be good every year, and that's it.
Your favorite anime sucks. I've never watched it, but it's bad, and I know.
All right. You're not making me angry, dude.
No, I know. I'm illustrating that's not a great concept.
I'm not emotionally attached to that the way you are to this, and I don't get why you're getting upset. I mean, I'm not going to say that about football because football is good. College basketball is not.
I say it because, yes, I do love college basketball. I say it also because we are now at a point where we transition to college basketball. I say it impartially because, one, I say it impartially because we are now at a point where and this is going to upset some people, I might even get in trouble. I don't want to talk about what color uniform Clemson's wearing in their spring practices when there's basketball on. But
well, that's already taken care of elsewhere on the station. So
when I've got people that are going one and done ruined basketball, when that is fundamentally not true.
You can use all the words you want, but in my opinion, it is true.
It's a bad opinion.
It's a great opinion.
It's not. My opinion is that it's a bad opinion.
Your opinion is a bad opinion. Your opinion is a minute opinion. Your opinion is college basketball used to be the thing. back when I was a kid, but it's slowly gotten worse, and worse to the point where
you don't watch it.
college, because it's an
You
afterthought.
don't know.
It's an afterthought.
To you.
It is. The only time most people, I'm going to generalize because you've been doing that. I'm going to generalize. The only time most people pay attention to college basketball is when it's tournament time for ACC, SEC, or whatever. And they only pay attention to that because it's almost March.
No,
That's the only time.
I'm not arguing with that. That's 100% true. I am aware. My fiance does not watch a bounce of a basketball until the tournament rolls around, and she's got a bracket that she wants to see if she can beat me. I'm not arguing with that. What I am pushing back on is this narrative that I've heard from not just you, though not as many people as you might think.
Well,
that college
I know I
basketball-
struck a nerve because I'm not the only one
You
who said
absolutely
it.
did.
Yeah, and
You
that's,
absolutely did.
That's fine. This is the most exciting this entire show has been with discussing basketball right now.
Well, first off, ouch.
Yeah,
Second off-
because people don't care about college basketball. I mean, prove me wrong.
Okay.
Text line 71307. Stream. I mean, hit it up. If you're a big time basketball, and not the same 5 people who always say Rob is right. All those other people that we don't see, who we know are listening, I want to hear from them.
It is something that I dearly love, and I acknowledge that a solid chunk of the reason I am as passionate about this discussion is because I'm passionate about the sport. If you want to clown on college ball, that's fine. I understand that there's 197,000 basketball teams. I'm not asking you to stay up late to watch Grand Canyon University take on DeVry. What I'm saying is, if you can watch UConn this year, North Carolina this year, Kansas this year, Tennessee this year, and not be entertained by it, I don't think you like basketball. I think you like cool dunks, because that's the NBA.
That's not true. That's dunks aren't cool anymore.
Dunks are so cool. We have a dunk contest.
Yeah, but when's the last time that was good?
Nobody has a layup contest.
The 3-point contest is more exciting than the dunk contest every
No,
year.
it's not.
Yes.
No, it's not.
Absolutely.
No, it's not. Stop it. So, all that being said, college basketball is amazing, even if the teams around here refuse to stop stepping on their own you-know-whats in heated contest, which they both did last night, all right? College basketball around here right now is questionable for sure, because Brad Brownell, who, as Joey B said in the stream, is a good guy, but not a winner. Like, I hate that cliche.
Wait, does he have losing seasons every year?
No, but he
okay.
doesn't.
So what makes you a winner? You've got to go to the tournament and compete. Does that make you a winner?
Yes, that
Didn't
would be
he
a
get
big
there?
step.
Was it last year or the year before that he got him there?
Yeah, what happened?
I'm just saying.
You get bounced in the round of 64.
What's the definition of a winner in college basketball?
It's the same as the definition of porn. I can't define it, but I know it when I see it. All right. I know that when I watched this team last night against an 8-8 Georgia Tech team that had 1 win in conference, and they go do what they did, shooting 3 of 18, 1 of 23, whatever those numbers were for the last couple of games. I know that when defensively in a double overtime game, Georgia Tech just keeps running the same play over and over and hitting the same shot over and over in tough spots. It's time to go. Y'all, I have been here 4 years. I auditioned for this job in February of 2020. Okay? That was 30 years ago. I auditioned for this job in 2020. And when I did, and I got here, the boss man, who I had never really talked to yet, the boss man said, Rob, I want you to do your show. I want to hear what your show sounds like with your thoughts and your opinions. But I would like you to do a couple of segments on our local teams. I want to hear how you connect with, communicate with our local fans. And he didn't tell me what those topics should be, but he gave me some thoughts. It was Muschamp at South Carolina. And one of the ones he specifically mentioned as a possible topic in those 2 audition shows was Brad Brownell at Clemson. Is it time to move on? That was 4 years ago. 4 years ago. Now, a lot's happened since then. We had the COVID year. We had the COVID year where Florida State and Clemson were about to play for an ACC championship or semifinal. And I think Florida State was going to win that year. They had, I think, 3 or 4 NBA draft picks on that team. But you never know. Outside of that, what has been accomplished in the entire time I've been here?
I just want to point something. I don't know if you ever thought of this or not, but he picked the 2 most boring coaches and asked you to make them interesting. Maybe that's why you got the job.
I mean, I did.
Maybe that's why.
I did.
Maybe,
Let's call it that.
Maybe that's why. Because no one liked Muschamp. Very few people did. And Brownell, he's just there.
Here's my thing.
Here's
my thing. I do not like saying things like, he's a winner. It's not my favorite thing, okay? Because I like things that I can quantify and qualify. I like things that I can say. It's one thing. I adore Tim Tebow, the person. I abhor talking about him as an NFL player because I can bring stats and numbers and tactics and realities, and all I ever get back is, no, Rob, he's a winner. And that's the only defense I ever hear is he's a winner. And when I ask, what the hell does that mean? I get, he won a playoff game, as if that team wasn't completely carried by defense, which it was. Unquestionably.
It was a pretty touchdown, whether you acknowledge it or
his
not.
One touchdown throw was a pretty touchdown throw.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
It was better than anything.
To a wide open receiver on a pass I could have made.
Better than any pass Peyton Manning threw the entire time he was there.
Yeah, okay. Now, that being
because
said,
he couldn't throw. It was bad.
I'm not going to let you switch this to a Tim Tebow discussion.
You did. It was
an example. Now, I don't like the discussions around things like he's a winner, he's got grit, he hustles. I need to know, what does that show up? What does that translate to?
Wait a minute. So those things aren't positive? That's what I heard about in my sports career.
They don't mean anything. They don't mean anything.
It's just a way to be nice.
Yes.
Okay.
It's just a way to pump up a guy that you can't give me numbers for. Okay? I am Billy Bean. I want numbers. What does this translate to? He's got hustle. Okay. Does that mean he's going to get me 2 to 5 steals a game? He's got grit. Great. Does that mean I'm going to see an increased rebounding number when he's in? What does that mean? What does it do for me? But every now and then, I got to slap a label on a dude because it's the easiest way to define it. And Brad Brownell does not catch the winner label. From what I understand, great human being, phenomenal guy, easy to talk to, loves the game, loves his team, and that's all well and good, but how many times do you need to lose a double OT, not so much a thriller, to a bad Georgia Tech team in your house when you have lost 3 of the last 4, and you're going, Lenardi had you as a 2 seed 3 weeks ago. You were a 2 seed in bracketology 3 weeks ago. Last night, going into that game, you're a 5 seed. I'm going to go ahead and call the shot. By the end of this week, you're probably a 9 seed. And so you're going, wait a minute, Rob, you're still in the dance. And that's all well and good. But wouldn't you rather go in as a 2 seed catching a 15 than go in as a 9 catching an 8? Yeah, of course. The stuff that happens now hurts you if you managed to make the dance. And the team I saw last night against Georgia Tech is not a dance-worthy team, unfortunately. The talent is.
So I'm just looking at Brad Brownell's record. So 23-11 last year, that's not a winner record? It's a winning record.
It's a winning record.
But not a winner record.
Yeah,
okay.
What happened at the end of that season? Where'd they end up?
Nowhere, but
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe they went to the NIT. I don't remember.
I don't either.
Or whatever that other tournament's called.
And the not invited tournament. And I think that's the point. This team is constantly not memorable. Not they have a run every now and then. Every now and then they're an Elite 8. Every now and then they're a Final 4. Every now and then you have a shot. There's no shot.
See, I agree with James. James brought up Oliver Purnell, and that's what he did. I mean, you lost in the first round, but at least you got there. And then you look at Brownell's record, and there's like 3. One of them happened the year after Purnell was gone, so that means you were using his guys. And then the other ones are years apart. I mean, obviously, this is what Clemson likes. I mean, if not, then you go out and get a better coach.
I am looking at a haul of basketball talent around the Carolinas, in Georgia.
All right, how many of the players that are on either of these teams will be in the NBA?
PJ Hall's going to the league. There's probably 2 other guys that'll be good reserve players. But as it is in football, do you know the best way to get better recruits into your program? Don't do bleep like you did last night. Don't do boat like that. Because if you do boat like you did last night, and I'm a 5-star or a 4-star in the area looking to go play ball, and I get a call from North Carolina, I get a call from Wake, Duke, and they're interested, why the hell is Clemson? The G.G. Jackson recruitment at Columbia was a coup. Why'd they get him? Because they were pointed in the right direction. Are there any more G.G. Jacksons in line right now for these 2 schools? Nope. Because they keep doing what they did last night. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Smith and James.
All right, guys, one more live read, then we're coming right back. Stay right there. right, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. We are back. Clemson's the worst ACC basketball team historically. Is it really? Florida State was trash for a very long time. Then Leonard Hamilton got there. They got pretty good for a while, and now they stink again.
I'm preparing to be on the trade block again. It's all right though. Been there, been there many times.
For having bad takes.
Either that or I may just have an aneurysm in it, and then it won't matter.
If you're a decision maker, adding land could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Land. Just go to ramp.com/free. 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 It's vote time. Hurry into Vote Dangles for 2 scratch-made sizzling soft biscuits for just $4. One bite, you'll want breakfast for dinner. You can be served savory soft biscuits all day, but this 2-for-4 deal won't last forever. It's vote time.
Now during Staples Print Big Sale, get $20 off your print purchase of 100 or more, $50 off your print purchase of 200 or more, and $100 off your print purchase of 300 or more. So the more you print at Staples, the more you save. To demonstrate, print at Staples, you save. But if you print at Staples, you save. See how that works? Staples Print Big Sale. Print more, save more. Up to
I don't believe half the stuff I see on the internet, but there's a video professor banned laptops. So it's a dude in there with a typewriter. It's like, yeah, I don't believe it, but it's funny if it's true. I hope your name is real. That's an awesome name, dude.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan of State. Joey B pointed out that Clemson last year, a 1 seed in the NIT, and then lost at home to, and I indirectly quote here, Moorhead State.
Basketball powerhouse, from what I understand.
I mean, they're not the worst program, but there was no reason you lose at home to that team. That is Brownelling, is what that is. All right, we'll get away from college basketball here for just a little while because I can't take Lonzo's bad takes on it anymore. Texture said, basketball now sucks. It's nothing but the and one tour. You're watching the NBA then. You're not watching college ball. It is definitely not that at the college level, I promise. Texture said, I never text in, but Rob is almost right. College basketball is overwhelmingly good when you have D2 schools that can beat the best D1 schools at any given time. Brandon texts the show, said, I have to say basketball isn't as good as it used to be. I used to watch all the time, and now I haven't watched a game all year. Like I said, watch Carolina, watch Tennessee. Watch if you like old school basketball. Watch
all right. You need to be
Zach Edey.
You need to be a little more specific. You mean North Carolina?
Come on and raise up
because you been destroying South Carolina for the last couple hours. So I know you don't mean watch
If you want to
them,
be
right?
frustrated, watch that team because you can see how good they are. Like you can see that they are a surprisingly talented team with just zero mental fortitude. Just zero mental fortitude. When it gets heated, they leave the kitchen every time. It's infuriating because I could see them being good. I could see them being a tournament team, but they break down. Nate Oates and Bama took full advantage of that. Just broke them mentally, and they haven't been the same since. Let's see. Texter says Lonzo is right. Texter said NBA basketball sucks. College basketball much better. The one and done stuff sucks, but college basketball is so much better than the crappy NBA.
If you like halftime scores of 20-19, I mean that's good for you if that's what you're into. It's just not me.
Yeah, I need it to be 74-74.
No, that's excessive. But somewhere in the 40s would be fine because that means you're going to get at least a 70-point game more than likely. But if it's 19-15, I mean that's okay if I'm watching a high school basketball game or a middle school game, but not college. It should get better as the levels go. And I think high school is probably better than college. You get to college and it drops off. It's just, I don't understand why it is, but it is.
Texter says, all college basketball is inconsistent. That's why it sucks to watch and is terrible. Dramatic, but okay, I get it. Texter said, Brownell has to have dirt on the AD or president. I don't get how he keeps his job every year. I'll tell you what my response to that is. My thought to that is, moving on to a new coach is a tough thing to do. And I'm not talking about the process of kicking the old guy out. I'm not talking about the hiring process. I am talking about the fact that if it's been happening so long that it's status quo, you're good, not great, you're not bad, you're just good, you're okay, you're in the mix, right? And then you bring in another guy and it goes downhill. Now you're the guy, regardless of whether or not you're the guy that finally had the guts to make the move. You are now the guy who made us suck, right? People will forget. This is the dilemma of being in a leadership role in sports. The problem you bump into is that fans will grumble about being mediocre, about being mid, about getting close but never finishing. They'll grumble about it. But the minute that you take that guy away and you put in somebody else, if you get the wrong guy and you stink, are you the guy that had the testicular fortitude to finally make the move? No. You're the guy that they blame for bringing in a bad coach. People, if Clemson made a move today and they went and got the hot young coach who came in and then he just turns out he was in over his head and he couldn't do it, and Clemson reverts back to being a 12-win team annually that doesn't even make the NIT, nobody is going to go, oh, way to go, Neff. Way to go having the stones to move on from Brownell and try something new. They're going to go, why would you get rid of a guy who at least got us into the NIT and bring in a guy who stinks, right? I think that's probably got at least something to do. I think the other element of it, if we're just keeping it a buck on this one, I think the other element is you're a football program that has a pretty good basketball team. You're a football program. And the resources that likely need to go to basketball in order to help them take the next step are always going to be devoted to basketball. To football, not to basketball. Now, here's the problem with that. Tennessee is the same way, yet here's their team ranked 6th in America. Florida was the same way, made it and won back-to-back natties back in the day. You look down the list of top 25 teams in basketball, And you see a lot of football teams up there. Tennessee, I would even argue, as much as Kentucky fans are going to push back, with the increased importance placed on Kentucky football, they're a 50-50 school. Wisconsin is in there. I'd argue that's a football-first school. Auburn is number 13 in the country at 14-2. That's a football-first school. Illinois, football-first school. Oklahoma, ranked number 15, football-first school. TCU, BYU, Ole Miss, Iowa State, Texas Tech. These are all, there's a few that are kind of gray area. There's a few some of y'all will push back on, but a solid chunk of the top 25 are football-first schools who also managed to build a good basketball program. That's not something that I accept as an excuse anymore. I watched that game last night. Little John was packed up. There were folks in there hungry for a win, hungry for a dub. Let's get this team back on the right step. And you blew it. Nobody wants to be the guy in a position of authority who makes the change, because if the next guy that comes in stinks, all of the sudden, you're not the guy who had the rocks to make the change. You're the guy who made the change that made us stink. And it's all your fault. It's all your fault. We were a number 1 seed in the NIT before you fired Brad and brought in the new guy. And I think that's probably a big chunk of the reason that you're stuck in the dilemma that you're in. So we'll see. We'll see what goes next. Leo texted into the show, said Brownell and Dabo are nice guys, ... and nice guys finish last. You know, I've never really bought into that phrase, because I think there's a difference between nice and pushover. I don't think Dabo Swinney's a pushover. I think he's stubborn as all hell, but I don't think he's a pushover.
I'm not sure he's that nice either, but, you know.
I mean, I have never heard anybody who regularly interacts with Dabo say a bad word about him.
I think it depends on what you consider nice.
Well, like I said, I think we have confused the terms nice and pushover. You can absolutely be a nice guy without being a pushover. You can also be a nice guy and a total pushover.
I think when you hear nice, you think timid, and which is the same thing as pushover. Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm saying. And I don't think I think we are getting to a point where we have conflated and tied those two terms together, and it's not true. Dabo is not a pushover. He's going to run his program the way he wants to run his program, and he'll be nice as hell to you while he's telling you no. Okay? Even if it's something that we all agree he should be doing.
Sorry, I see Dabo smirking, and nothing wrong with it. I appreciate a smart aleck. To me, he's more sarcastic than he is nice.
So I've had 4 or 5 interactions with Dabo Swinney in the time I've been here, like direct face-to-face conversation interactions with him since I've been here. He's never said anything that I went, oh, you're a fraud, right? Never said anything to me that makes me go, oh, you're a fraud. A lot of decisions I don't like.
By the way, sarcasm and fraudulent aren't necessarily, they don't go together.
No, I think there are people who pass themselves off as nice while they are being sarcastic. That is fraudulent. Okay? It is. I don't think he's that guy. I think he's a guy who is stubborn, who's set in his ways, who is not going to be pushed off his position, but is also a nice guy in the process.
By the way, he is a winner. I don't get
100%.
that. Yeah, I mean, he's won a couple national championships. Yeah, they've had a couple off years, but you also don't have Trevor or Deshaun.
100%. But the question mark is, when do we switch is to was?
I just want to say, I don't think Ryan Day's a nice guy and he needs to be fired.
Of course you do. Of course you do. All right, let's take a break. When we come back here in just a minute, we got a few more things that we need to talk about. We need to get you an update on where the Panthers stand in their quest for a new GM and a new head coach. We are starting to see a number of names that have dropped on the interview list for that team. I'll tell you who they are and when they're scheduled. We got to get into that just a little bit. Nick Sirianni If you're Philly, you moving on from that guy because you had a collapse this year, or is there blame elsewhere to go?
It's pretty ugly.
It is pretty ugly. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more. My name is Rob Brown. Great with Lonzo's on the ones and twos. The Rob Brown Show rolls on next. It is the Fan Upstate. Lonzo's falling apart on us, y'all.
Oh, I'm making it through another hour. That was a shame on my radio career leaving early last week. Not saying I'm not going home and taking medication and laying down, but it's my own mistake. Thought it was all the way back. Tried to really get into something. Found out that I am not all the way back.
Jump back into the game too early.
I did. You know, that's what winners do, though, Rob. They want to get back in there. I don't know, Keegan. I'm seeing everyone who's interviewing all over the place. I don't think it's just Atlanta. You might see it more around here because
the Falcons tweeting out too specifically in Belichick and hoodie. That's more of an attention grab.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the Chargers have been doing it too.
Who else has interviewed Belichick?
So far, they're the only ones.
Yeah, so I mean, well,
that doesn't mean they're the only ones.
I don't know. I think if you're interviewing Belichick, you're announcing it, unless you're a team who has a coach you haven't gotten rid of yet.
I think it's a GM preference. I'm sure there's a lot of GMs that would very much prefer that their business is not made public or kept as private as possible.
This is 2024, man. I don't want to hear all that. Bring us your dirt. I don't think that. No, the Chargers. I think they interviewed. They interviewed Harbaugh. I don't think they interviewed Belichick. If Harbaugh leaves, that's where he's going. He's historically, if you look at his coaching record, hasn't he been in warm weather schools? And then he came back to Michigan and went, "What the heck am I doing? I'm gonna win a championship here. Then I'm going somewhere warm again." So I think he goes to California because it's warm.
Let's see. Coaching career. Oakland, San Diego, Stanford, San Francisco, Michigan.
I think, again, historically, he coaches at warm weather schools.
I was complaining yesterday about the cold, and I got asked the question, what's the paycheck for you look like to take a job in Chicago or Kansas City or somewhere where it's like bleep you cold a lot of the year?
See, I think they should pick some out of the way place, not big time.
Fargo.
There you go. Although a lot more people know about that now. Thanks.
Don't know.
That latest season looks very interesting.
It does. I agree. I don't know what the paycheck's got to look like for me to take a job in like a Greenville-sized market, but in a place like Fargo.
I got to tell you what mine would be to go back north.
7 figures.
There isn't one big enough.
Okay, I don't believe that. Somebody offered you $1 billion.
By the way,
going.
That's not happening. I'm not that talented. And no, $1 million. I'm that talented. But $1 billion. You know, no. I'm done with cold. I just know. You know,
for $1 billion,
dude,
you're not going.
I am not. I hate snow that much.
You do not hate snow $1 billion worth.
I do hate snow $1 billion worth.
No,
yeah,
you don't. I don't believe you.
See, it's not a conceivable argument because no one's going to offer either one of us $1 billion.
You're allowed to deal in hypotheticals.
Yeah, but I would rather my hypothetical be realistic.
If someone offered you $1.5 million a year,
I think most people, 6 figures will get them to move.
somebody offered you $1.5 million a year, and we will buy a nice 5-bedroom house for every one of your children, all in the same neighborhood. You're telling me you're saying no?
I do not.
I think the only reason you would say
go
no
back.
is if your kid said, "I'm not going."
Again, this is a unrealistical for sure. Hypothetical, unrealistical.
You know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to not take a nap.
Yeah.
Try to go to bed at a reasonable time.
I tried that yesterday.
And then I'm going to get caught up in another round of college basketball and not do that, and then just be extra tired tomorrow.
I don't know how you can watch it and not fall asleep. So, I mean, that's a sign of a true fan.
Once I'm in a game, I'm in a game.
Okay. All right. There's a reason people move south, Rob.
It's not for $1.5 million.
Well, it's because of the weather. And as you get older, there are certain things that matter a little more to you, like being warm. Closer to death, everything's cold. Trust me.
During the break, son of a gun.
Yes.
1-1. During the break, Alonzo and I were having a discussion about what the paycheck has to look like for you to go work in a place where it's like frigid cold. All right. We're talking like a Fargo. We're talking about an Anchorage, Alaska. And we were battling back and forth about hypotheticals. I said, Lonzo, you're telling me for $1 billion you wouldn't go to Fargo. Lonzo, the slayer of hypotheticals himself, refused to answer that. Now, I want to bring us back together, and I want to have our kumbaya moment before we head into the final hour of the Wednesday edition of the Rob Brown Show.
Why?
Because I'm a good person. That's why. Todd Bowles is the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They advanced past the wild card round by knocking off the Philadelphia Eagles, and that sets them up for a dance in Detroit at Ford Field. Yesterday, Todd Bowles ended up in a spot where he was being interviewed in a media press conference. And it came time for a local reporter in Tampa Bay to ask Todd Bowles about prepping to head to Detroit. And here is how that went.
Coach, looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we've seen it drop to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure, but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? They got a dome.
Todd, I love you.
Yeah,
I take back everything mean I've ever said about Todd Bowles.
I have read it, but I didn't hear it until now. I think he could have been nicer.
Well, it's not a pushover.
I mean, she put some effort into that question.
No, she didn't.
It was a very long.
Put a drop of effort into that question.
It was a very long question.
Look, literally. Okay, so first off, and maybe this is just me because I've been into the game for a very long time, but I don't think it's that difficult to know when they literally just played the highlight game of last weekend in a dome. I don't think it's that tough to know that Detroit plays in a dome, but even if
when's the last time that Detroit did not play in a dome? in Detroit.
They've always the Silver Dome,
Yeah,
brother,
yeah,
was domed.
I
They
know.
put it in a dome forever. So even if you let's say theoretically that you're an NFL reporter and for whatever reason you didn't watch last week when LA went to Detroit and they were notably inside. Okay, all it takes is to ask your phone, do they play inside? Do the Detroit Lions play indoors? Oh, well, of course, Siri's not going to talk to me, but yes, literally it says right there, the Lions have played in Dorm Ford Field since 2002. What are we doing? What are we doing? The fact that Todd just went, they play inside, right? Like he could have lit her up.
I got to say, he didn't sound very nice the way he answered that.
Frankly, it's very offensive. He could have lit her up for that. And he just went, they play inside, right?
Or he could have went, the conditions are going to be pretty rough getting there and leaving the stadium. Once we get in there, it's in a dome, so we should be all right. But we're going to make preparations as we should because we don't want anyone to be cold on our way to the stadium.
I am intrigued here. Because to me, and I suspect to Lonzo, I would have probably gone on like a 7-minute rant about getting my guys ready to play in the cold. 100%.
Exactly.
I would have launched
Exactly.
into, well, you know what? One of the things we're doing, we got the quarterbacks playing in long sleeves this week. We're working on getting our kicker one of those heated vests to make sure his core is warmed up in case we find ourselves in a close game. What I'm probably going to do is probably see if Baker Mayfield wants to play in 2 gloves this weekend. Wide receivers, those guys are tough, man. They're going to want to go sleeveless, but they're going to be in the big jack. I would have gone 10 minutes on how I'm getting my guys prepped for the cold and then been like, oh, yeah, it's domed. I forgot. My bad. I would have made her write down 10 minutes
All
of quotes.
All right. So from what I saw, I thought she was setting him up to see if he knew it was in the dome. And after hearing it, no, that wasn't what that was.
No chance. If I'm Todd, I would have made her record 10 minutes of my answer about getting ready for the cold and then ended it with, they play in a dome.
And then would say, sorry, no more questions, and then leave.
100%. Hey, speaking of being heated up.
All right, that's so creepy. He just left because he had no idea what to do after that. The Falcons announced they interviewed Bill Belichick over the weekend, and now they meet with another successful former head coach, Jim Harbaugh. Harbaugh has been with that team up north since 2015 and is 86-25 for 4 seasons with the 49ers. He went 44-19-1 with 2 division titles, 3 NFC. I'm still shaking up over whatever that was he did. Championship game appearances and a Super Bowl berth. Harbaugh has also spoken with the Chargers. Major League Baseball has agreed to allow the soon-to-be no longer Oakland Athletics to receive revenue sharing, even if they're not working on a new ballpark by next week. The Players Union also signed off on the deal as Vegas has approved a $380 million tentative deal. Tune in this afternoon at 5:30 as the Furman Paladins take on VMI right here on the Fan Upstate.
The Silverdome, brother. I remember body slamming Andre the Giant in the Silverdome, brother. I was in the building when he did that.
Nuh-uh.
Not the body slam. But with that being WrestleMania, what, 3?
I don't know. Was it? No, it might have been 3.
And away we go, my friends. It is the Rob Brown Show right here on the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, on the ones and twos this AM. Should you wish to be a part of the radio broadcast, now would be an absolutely spectacular time for you to do just that. And there's multiple ways to do it. You can, first and foremost, jump on our text line at 71307, 71307. You can also give us a buzz and get on the air by using the Renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone at 844-326-3663, 844-FANFONE. You can tweet X post me at The Rob Brown Show or Lonzo at Lonzo on Word. If you want to come at us in that direction, if you got something that is a little more long format, but you don't want to get on the air, now's a great time to do that by emailing me, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. Got a few more things that we want to run through. Let's take a look at where the Panthers stand right now in their quest for a new general manager and head coach. Let's start with the GM position. Mainly because the GM and the head coach, as we have pointed out a billion times since Scott Fitterer got fired last week, your GM and your head coach have to, not need to, must be able to work in tandem. I think one of the problems that may have been a curse for the Cats the last couple of years was that Fitterer seemed to be a Tepper yes man, a Tepper lapdog. And if that's the case, it would be practically impossible for the GM and the head coach to be on the same page. And if the GM and the head coach aren't on the same page, you end up with a roster that looks remarkably like the Carolina Panthers roster does. You know, bad, not tailored to any one particular style of football, not built in a way to protect the quarterback that you drafted first overall and gave away $1 million worth of resources to get. You know, kind of like the Carolina Panthers roster looks right now. That's the inevitable outcome. So as much as you've got to get the head coach's position right, and you do, I think you're in a spot now where if you get this one wrong, you're going to be real bad for a real long time. But on top of getting the head coach right, I absolutely think you're in a spot where you have to get the GM spot right, and you got to get them right in tandem. On one hand, you're in a good spot for Carolina. This is the first time in a long time that you are going to be hiring a GM and a head coach at the same time. That's a big opportunity. It's a big opportunity to go through interviews to try to find a combination that meshes. It's also a problem because much like betting on South Carolina and Clemson to both win on the money line in a two-leg parlay, no reason to bring that up specifically. All it takes is to get one of the two wrong, and you're not going to get much better. Here's who we know the Carolina Panthers have at least requested an interview with so far. We know they've requested an interview. It is apparently set for Monday with Ravens Vice President of Football Administration, Nick Mateo, Chiefs Vice President of Football Operations, Brant Tillis, Eagles Assistant General Manager, Alec Hallaby, Raiders Interim General Manager, Champ Kelly, Panthers Assistant General Manager, Dan Morgan, Panthers VP of Football Administration, Samir Suleiman, Giants Assistant General Manager, Brandon Brown, Saints Assistant General Manager, Kai Harley, Colts Assistant General Manager, Ed Dodds, and Bucks Assistant General Manager, Mike Greenberg. Those are the names we have so far. Now, you'll notice right in the middle of that list is a very interesting name. And that interesting name to me is Dan Morgan. That is a former Panther. That is a guy who has been with this program for a very long time. There is good and there is bad about that. Dan Morgan is a guy that has been a Panthers lifer, and I suspect would like to stay a Panthers lifer. So Dan Morgan is a guy that you know is going to care about that gig, is going to push at that gig. That being said, Dan Morgan has been a part of the front office for Carolina for like a while now. Dan Morgan has been a guy that was involved in the creation of the roster as it stands today. And as it stands today, it's not real good, Bob. Not real good. So, with that being said, I'm kind of iffy on that being the guy. I think it absolutely could end up being the guy. I absolutely think Dan Morgan would be a guy that Panthers fans would not have to question, all right, is this guy in? Is he committed? Is he going to be sticking around? Is he a guy that really cares about the team, or is this just a gig? I think Dan Morgan is a dude who's going to care about the gig. But you've also got to ask the question here, how much impact did Dan Morgan have on the creation of the roster as it stands right now? How much impact, how much did Dan Morgan have to do with the way that the roster is created at this moment in time? And if the answer is that Dan Morgan had a lot to do with it, I'm a little bit less interested. Now, as far as the rest of these names, there's a couple I'm quite frankly, very interested in. Nick Mateo with the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens have been real close for like a while now. He has had as I understand it, very good relationship with John Harbaugh, the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. He's a dude that clearly knows how to handle relationship building with a head coach. That's good news. I would also argue that the Ravens roster is pretty well put together. There's a couple of weak spots on it, but there's a couple of weak spots on every NFL team. That's one I'm intrigued by. This guy is chief of roster building for Baltimore. It's a pretty good roster. They have drafted exceptionally well. One of the things that I am looking at out of my GM is, can I trust the guy on draft day? There is a video going around right now of the Rams draft in the War Room last year. It's got Sean McVay in there, and Sean McVay is sitting with Rams general manager Les Snead. And Les Snead looks at Sean McVay as they're about to enter the 5th round. And he says to McVay, we're about to nail this pick. We're about to nail this pick. Do you know who they picked in the 5th round? Puka Nacua.
Wow, he was right.
Yeah. I would say that Les Snead was pretty much dead on. They pretty much nailed that pick. Puka Nacua has entered the discussion for NFL Rookie of the Year. I still think it's going to end up going to C.J. Stroud. Why wouldn't it? My man's alive in the 2nd round of the playoffs as a rookie QB. And as we all know, playing QB is a first-class ticket to the front of the awards lines. Okay? But Puka Nacua is right there in that discussion. Not only does he have a great relationship with Sean McVay, but he's drafted well. That is something that right now might even need to be the number one emphasis of the Carolina Panthers. What's your draft record look like? Are you a guy that we can trust in the 4th, 5th, 6th rounds to find us a Puka Nacua, a Marcus Colston, a Tom Brady, any of the small army of players who were drafted late and went on to have excellent careers? Why? Because that's pretty much all the Panthers have to work with for the next couple of years. If you can't find some studs in the late rounds of the draft, there's not a ton of growth outside of free agency that the Panthers can go through. And as I have talked about, one of the problems that you have created by A, being bad, and B, shipping out every superstar of the last couple of years from Charlotte, you've made yourself a healthily unappealing free agency destination. And that, combined with the fact that you are really capital poor when it comes to draft picks, is going to make growth real difficult for whoever the next guy is. So I got to know the guy that is going to be working the phones in the war room on draft day is a dude that has a history of working the phones well on draft day, on knowing the guys in the draft, on getting the right picks. Because without that, you are, as the kids say, SOL, dude.
You don't think that they still have a couple pieces that they can move to get some more draft capital?
I mean, you do.
I mean, the team's already pretty bad. There's a couple of guys on defense you can move and probably get some stuff back for them.
Sure. But again,
if you're going to completely rebuild, I'm just saying.
There's a couple of aspects of this conversation. The first is there are parts of this team that I don't think need to be rebuilt. I don't think the defense is in a spot you need to rebuild it. I think you can tinker. I think you can toy. I think you can add. I don't think it needs to be blowed up and started over. Your offensive line does. Your wide receiver room does. In fact, if anything, I would say the defense is about 4th on the list of spots that need to be blown up and started over.
Is there anyone out there that you'd be willing to move Derek Brown for?
Is there anyone out there? I mean, yeah, if I can trade Derek Brown and get a number one, like a genuine bona fide superstar wide receiver, he's gone.
Okay.
Absolutely. But again, who's at the controls when you make a trade like that? Your GM. So if that is the priority,
But is he?
I mean, theoretically,
Okay. I mean, I hope so.
Supposed to be.
I hope so. So we're counting on Tepper to see the error of his ways so far in his ownership of the Panthers, to do the right thing, bring in the right guy who's going to say, no, boss, that's a bad idea. I think we should go this direction.
As I have said a number of times, if David Tepper does not see the error of his ways and change his mentality, none of this matters. You're going to be bad forever. Okay? Like, part of the reason I didn't get excited that Carolina fired Scott Fitterer because I was happy to see Scott Fitterer lose his job. I got excited that Carolina fired Scott Fitterer solely because if he indeed was a yes man for David Tepper, then it is at least in the most optimistic light. It is at least an indicator that David Tepper has begun to move in that direction, right? If you're clearing out the yes men, I can at least have some level of optimism that you are clearing out the yes men so that you can bring in somebody who, isn't a yes man. And if that is what is happening here, then maybe you got a chance. To me, the big question is going to be what GM comes in and what's the legacy of that GM. Lonzo, how would you say the Chiefs have drafted the last 5-6 years?
They've done all right.
Chiefs Vice President of Football Operations Brant Tillis has an interview set for Monday. That's a guy that's got a lot of power in the war room on draft day. That's a good move. Eagles assistant GM Alec Hallaby. The Eagles have drafted okay. I'm not as interested. Raiders interim GM Champ Kelly, another team, drafted okay. I'm not as interested. Saints assistant GM Kai Harley. There's one benefit there. He's worked under Mickey Loomis. Mickey Loomis, although he has been making some, as Samuel L. Jackson would describe them, stupid-ass decisions over the past couple of years as far as personnel management, Mickey Loomis has managed to finagle an awful cap situation for New Orleans enough times over the past couple of years that the rent is just now coming due after a, 18-year run of being competitive every year. You get a guy in there. You get somebody in there who has watched Mickey Loomis work through a bunch of cap obstacles. That is something Carolina's got to be concerned with probably a couple of years down the line. You're okay right now. So that's not an awful spot to be in. Not an awful spot to be in as far as GMing goes. As far as head coaching interviews, we talked very briefly about these back at the start of the 7 o'clock hour for the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet. Every day at 7 o'clock, we give you the top 3 sports stories you need to know before you go chat sports with the coworkers on your first break. Here's who we know either has interviewed or has an interview scheduled as of right now. We know that Dolphins offensive coordinator Frank Smith has virtually interviewed. We know that the Cats spoke to their own defensive coordinator, Ejiro Evero. We know that special teams coordinator Chris Tabor and interim head coach Chris Tabor virtually interviewed. Ravens offensive coordinator Todd Monken. Ravens defensive coordinator Mike McDonald. Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn. Bengals offensive coordinator Brian Callahan. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. Rams defensive coordinator Raheem Morris. Eagles offensive coordinator Brian Johnson. Texans OC Bobby Slowick. And Buccaneers offensive coordinator Dave Canellis have all either interviewed or have one scheduled so far. Now, let's be clear. I think a couple of these guys aren't so much interviewing because they actually, will take the job or are even threats to do it. There are a couple of reasons a head coach interviews. Number one, you don't want to burn any bridges, right? If an owner calls you and says, hey, bud, I'd like to fly you to Charlotte to do an interview about potentially taking our job, you take the interview. Because even if you know you're going to say no, you want that door to be open just in case.
And you also get experience at the interview process. Yeah.
Was going that direction.
I mean, it's like that in any job. I mean, if there's a promotion around here, whether you think you're going to get it or not, if you have a shot at it, I mean, get an interview.
You take the interview because number one, you don't want to burn a bridge. Number two, they might shock you. I had one time interviewed for a job with a bank. I didn't think I was going to take it. I really just needed the interview practice. And then when they offered me the job, they offered me way more money than I thought I was going to get doing it. I had to take the job. Number three, practice, especially if you're a first-time guy. Bobby Slovic, the offensive coordinator for the Texans, has jumped out because of his work with CJ this year, has jumped out as one of the top names as head coaching candidates. He's a first-year guy. Why not go ahead and get the practice, right? Schedule the interviews with teams that you're less interested in early. That way, later on, when teams that have built ready rosters out there that are curious, when they call you, you've been through the process. So which of those names are we most interested in? Ben Johnson seems to be the guy that Dave Tepper has his heart set on. I'm also going to tell you, Ben Johnson has interviews scheduled with pretty much every team that has a head coaching interview. Ready? Ben Johnson's involved with the Seahawks, the Falcons, the Chargers, the Commanders, the Titans. He's got ins with all of them. You are the least appealing head coaching job right now. Let's just call it what it is, with one exception. That is, if Dave Tepper decides that he's going to hand you the fattest paycheck that any NFL coach is going to get next year. In which case, if money is your priority, then it's interesting. But I would also say, even if money is your priority, do you know what the best way to make the most money is as an NFL head coach? Stay in a job for a couple of decades. Bill Belichick that thing, right? Mike Tomlin that thing. So moving to a position that appears largely unstable because somebody's going to offer you, I don't know, $50 million a year to be the guy is just as good as 5 years at $50 million when you're likely not going to get fired because a thing goes wrong in an unstable program. So I know Dave Tepper wants Ben Johnson. I don't think he's that interested, or at least he doesn't have a reason to be. Let me give you one name that I'm real interested in because I think he's kind of a halfway point between a couple of the other guys that we are talking about. Brian Callahan is the Bengals offensive coordinator. When Joey B has been healthy, the Bengals offense has been pretty good. And Callahan is the guy primarily responsible for that. Remember, the Bengals head coach is a defensive guy. He leaves the offensive game planning to Brian Callahan. And I would say their offense, hell, even after Joey B got hurt, the Bengals offense this year behind a rook backup nobody had some pretty good showings. Callahan's a big reason. And he's kind of right in the middle. On one hand, other teams are interested. He has either interviewed or had a request for an interview from the Falcons, the Titans, and the Chargers. So he's clearly on the radar. But he's also a cat that I don't see mentioned on the wish list of a lot of teams and a lot of teams' fans. And if that is the case, he feels more attainable. There are only 32 head coaching positions available. There are going to be some dudes who will take a worse job because it's a job, because there's not many times these things come open. Brian Callahan, I think, is a dude that does not have as much interest as guys like Ben Johnson, like Raheem Morris, like Bobby Slovic. But he is a dude who's proved his mettle. He is a dude who has kept an offense innovative and performing at a high level. And I think he's a guy that's attainable. I would not be shocked, and I'll go ahead and make the prediction here. I would not be shocked if Brian Callahan over the next 24 to 48 hours starts popping up as a very hefty possibility for the Carolina Panthers. We'll talk more football later on. My name is Rob Brown. The great man Lonzo on the ones and twos. The Rob Brown Show rolls on after this. It is the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, step away for just a second. I'll be right back.
We follow trends. I would hate to have to describe.
Bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive and get protection round the clock. Does this generation even understand what round the clock means? But I'm just saying, because don't come to me when they ask for to do this over, because the kids won't get it.
Get round the clock protection when you bundle and save with Progressive. It's easier than getting your home to make this radio ad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and insurance not available in all states or situations.
If you're hired, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto
SC Comic Con a couple hours ago announced that they're bringing in my favorite, the voice actor from my favorite character from Dragon Ball Z. Sonny Strait, the voice of Krillin.
Get him to record your voicemail for you.
I know you told me about the Paulson thing. I don't even know what my voicemail is. If you listen to my entire voicemail, you really want to talk to me, because I think it's like 3.5 minutes long or something.
Golly, Lonzo.
Well,
I really don't want you to leave a message unless you really have to leave a message.
exactly. Because most people ain't going to wait that long. And yes, that really works. Unless, getting voicemails is a part of your business. Most people want to get a hold of me. They usually just text me. Usually. Exactly, James. So I haven't seen Rob to talk to him about Danhausen yet. I'll send him a message, though. It's not until April, so we got time.
I'm going to ask him, how do you decide who to curse?
I'm going to ask him to curse everybody else on every other show on the station except for us. It's general. I'm curious if his curses work via StreamYard. Or do you have to be in person to actually for the curse to work? That's if we get him. Although Rob has been very consistent about getting us wrestlers. So. And I believe the wrestlers don't come away from our interviews going, man, I don't want to do that again. So.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob. He is Alonzo. We are glad to have you here. If you want to be a part of the show, 844-FANFOME. That's 844-326-3663. Got a few more things to get into. Speaking of coaching vacancies, Jim Harbaugh has a bunch going on right now. We understand he has interviewed with the LA Chargers. Now we found out that he is interviewed with the Atlanta Falcons as well. Spent some time
He's
with
on
the
tour.
ATL.
It's the Harbaugh tour.
It is. Yet here's the fun part. While all of this is going on, while all of this is happening, Jim Harbaugh is also negotiating with the University of Michigan. And he's asked a couple of things in particular, according to reports. He has asked for two things. Number one, he has asked that he have a clause placed into any extension he signs that would prevent him from being fired regardless of the outcomes and discipline of any NCAA investigations into him as a whole. Basically.
Wait. I thought he said that he was innocent.
Yeah,
so
he knows he's innocent.
If you know you're innocent, why do you got to put clauses? And
He has, again, according to reports, he has said that he would like for any contract that he signs to have a clause in it that prevents him from getting fired based on the results of an investigation or consequences connected to any investigations carried out by the NCAA. The second thing that he has apparently asked for, and this is something that if I was Michigan, I'd be like, really, dude? Really? Apparently, the second thing that he asked for, great one, is a reduced future buyout of his contract. That is to say, should one day an NFL team come a-calling with an offer that Harbaugh just can't refuse, then he would like to make sure that the buyout that NFL team would have to pay to the University of Michigan in order to acquire the services of one Jim Harbaugh would not be disqualifyingly large.
See, I think that's a bigger clause than the other one about the cheating because we all know he did that. But as far as this goes, so if you're a university, what do? I mean, it helps you not giving them a big buyout so you don't have to worry about I don't know. He's saying, hey, I'm not going to stay here, isn't he?
I mean, that's certainly how it feels.
I'm also curious because I haven't read this. Is he doing all his interviews in person? Because a good portion of these guys who are interviewing for jobs are all Zoom interviews.
Yeah, the virtual me. I think we kind of hit a point where a lot of us have realized, yeah, we can do everything on the computer.
But I thought I saw that he's actually doing them in person, which if you lived in Michigan, that's what you would do.
I'll tell you right now, if somebody called me and said, Rob, we'd like to interview you for a job and it's in Hawaii. Yeah, I'll take that interview.
Yeah, you got to go.
Yep.
I mean, you know.
Yep. So I don't know is the answer. And
Probably not going to take that job, but it took me, you know, I had to think about it for a couple of days while I was there. I mean, you know,
nothing clears your brain for a big life-changing decision-making moment like a couple of Mai Tais on the beach.
You got to look around and see what life would actually be like if you took the job and lived there. I mean, you know, what's the nightlife like? What are grocery stores like? I mean, you know, just simple things like that.
Yeah, 100%. So Atlanta has interviewed Harbaugh. The Chargers have interviewed Harbaugh. While this is all going down, Jim Harbaugh is also still negotiating with the Michigan Wolverines, and doing so, asking for a no-fire clause and a smaller buyout in his contract. And you got to wonder, Jim Harbaugh is fresh off of a national championship win for Michigan. Whether or not the NCAA eventually forces
and he only had to work half the year.
Exactly. Whether or not the NCAA forces him to vacate that title, as far as most Michigan fans are concerned, dude won a natty. And you can't take that away. I mean, you can, but you can't take that away. So if you're Michigan, on one hand, you've got a head coach who just guided you to a natty and did so missing, 6 games of the season, half the regular season, and he guided you to a natty. On the other hand, you've got a guy who is negotiating his next contract to be him friendly. Should he elect to bail, right? He's negotiating a contract that makes it easier for him to quit whenever the hell he wants and move on. And do so in a way that you can't punish him even if he puts you in a crap spot. What happens if you're Michigan and you bring this guy back? He says, yeah, you know what? I did the tour day NFL and I want to stay at Michigan. And you bring this guy back, and then 2 weeks later, the NCAA calls and goes, oh, hey, by the way, we're suspending Jim Harbaugh for 2 full seasons, right? But now you can't fire him for that because you agreed to the extension with that in the contract, and you know full and daggum well that now that he's suspended for 2 years, even though he's getting paid, now he's got a real reason to go to the league. And if Atlanta calls and says, we want to hire that guy, they've only got to pay you 1/10 of his contract.
Something else to factor in, I'm sure Michigan did their own investigation into what he did. We know they did. So they know what he did. Knowing that, they're still going to give him an extension.
I mean,
So that's it's saying that winning is more important than the fact that you cheated to get those wins. If he did, allegedly.
That. I know that. We know that. Michigan knows that because keep in mind that when the Big Ten was done with its investigation, Michigan went to sue the Big Ten for the sanctions that the conference was going to drop on the Wolverines. And when it went to the pre-conference trial and the Big Ten brought out the evidence that they had gathered against the Michigan Wolverines, all of the sudden, Big Blue's lawsuit became Big Through, and they were like, no, we're good. No, we're good. Which means whatever the Big Ten showed them that day, they were like, oh, got us. We're done. We're out. Yep, we accept. Jim, set it down, bud. Enjoy the couch the next 3 weeks. And if the Big Ten's got it, there's no chance in the world that the NCAA doesn't have the same stuff. So if the NCAA says, you know what, we think the 3-game suspension in a natty year is not enough. We're going to sit him down for an entire season. And then he goes, never mind. Never mind. Good run. Had fun. I'm out. Hey, Chargers, I'm available. Now, all of a sudden, not only do you lose your head coach, not of your own volition, but on top of losing your head coach, not on your own volition, if this contract extension gets signed this way, the Chargers only got to pay you a fraction of his contract. And if they only pay you a fraction of the contract, you have not only lost a championship caliber head coach, but you're not even really getting solid restitution for it.
See, there's this other factor, I think. When Jim wasn't there, there's this guy who coached the team. And I don't know how much he actually coached doing what Jim told him to do, but they did pretty well with Jim not there.
You're not wrong, but also keep in mind, during those
got a lot of
suspensions,
publicity, cried, did all of the things that put him right out there in the public. And he could absolutely, if he was actually doing the coaching, we don't know, be the coach in waiting.
Well, keep in mind, Jim was not banned from practices. Jim was still getting the team ready for the games. It was not any of the assistant coach. I mean, yes, they were calling the shots on game day, but the scheming and the tactics and the game plan and all that, that was still Jim Harbaugh at practice.
Scheming, such a good word.
Yeah, in this case it is. That was all still Jim Harbaugh. And if that was still Jim Harbaugh, moving on from that guy for a guy who didn't plan but did execute is a big risk. I don't know, man. This whole Harbaugh story is getting more compelling by the day. Let's take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute from right now and wrap this bad boy up. It's Rob, it's Lonzo, it's you, it's the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate. Tweak, you clown. What's up, dog? Welcome in. Glad you're here.
See, he was trying to get your attention, and you have told me, and other people have told me that that's yelling, but you didn't notice.
I didn't notice. I was actively ignoring it. Mike is the guy that has, I don't know if he hasn't done it in a while, but Mike's the guy that travels the world playing golf, and he likes to call me from the first tee box of various very famous golf courses he's about to tee off.
I remember that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
I've talked to him. He seems like an awesome dude who only wants to share with his friend, what he's doing. Didn't he also give you the opportunity to go to him?
Yeah, but he let me know. He let me know 3 hours before tee off.
Yeah,
but
but
of course it's 4 hours away.
Yeah, but the Rob Brown before he got older would have been like chartering a flight or something to get up
Rob
there.
Brown that didn't have a job the next day would have absolutely been there.
I feel feverish. Oh, Lord. I got the vapors.
Got the vapors.
Got the vapors.
Oh, this time it went under the desk.
Yeah, because I heard it.
Cool.
I almost felt it. Threw it down so hard. I mean, that thing must be fairly durable, though.
Oh, it's pretty good.
It takes a lot of abuse.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Don't miss out on limited time appliance deals during the closeout event at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $100 when you spend $999 or more on all major appliances. Hurry, these deals are too good to last long. Shop in-store or online today. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid 1/4 through 1/24. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details.
At Granger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving.
Look at that beautiful day out there. Hard to believe that it's so cold.
Right.
All backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answer and product right when you need it. Call Granger.com or just stop by. Granger.
There are people out there who ride their motorcycle in this.
Yeah, I ain't one. The Rob Brown Show carries on. The final 14 minutes are in your ear holes right now. Rob Brown and the great one, Lonzo, with you. 844-326-3663. That is the Renewal by Anderson fan phone. We'd love to have you join us. So, we have been kind of all over the place today. We have looked into the potential candidates for head coach and GM of the Carolina Panthers. Ben Johnson's interview is scheduled. Ejiro Evero's has been scheduled as well. Bobby Slovic is on the list right now. I'd be frankly happy with any of those three or Jim Harbaugh. We will find out. We also talked Carolina basketball and Clemson basketball as both of them were upset at home yesterday. Neither of them able to defend the house. Bad day for basketball. Real quick, couple more stories I wanted to just make a quick run at. This one's big. Clemson running back Phil Maffa has decided that he will be returning for his 2024 senior season. Had the opportunity to go for the draft. He decided he will come back with the departure of Will Shipley, who declared for the draft a couple of weeks ago. Phil Maffa will be the undisputed RB1 going into the year. Monday was the hard deadline for underclassmen to petition for special eligibility to the draft, which is a routine. The first step juniors take in their draft declaration process, according to Yahoo Sports. Chocolatey goodness.
Yoo-hoo.
Clemson spokesperson confirmed Monday that Maffa did not submit paperwork to declare for the draft by the deadline, indicating his intention to return. Maffa led the Tigers in rushing yards and rushing touchdowns this season and had a monster Gator Bowl where he scored 4 touchdowns in the win over Kentucky. It was widely assumed that Maffa would come back, but he told the State magazine ahead of the Gator Bowl that he had not made a decision yet. I suspect that the celebration of one Phil Maffa was a good part of the reason that he decided to make his return to the Paw next year. That is a big boost for Clemson's offense. They get their leading rusher back, and the deeper we got into the season, the more obvious it became that Maffa probably should have been RB1 from the beginning. Listen, one of the very few things I got wrong going into the year. I thought Will Shipley needed to be the man. I thought he needed to be the guy. I thought he needed to touch the ball, as I have mentioned, like most of the times for Clemson this year. Turned out it should have been Phil Maffa. Should have been Phil Maffa from the beginning. And the breakout he had towards the end of the year, the better he got towards the end of the year, the more that became obvious. So that's a big deal for Dabo. Big deal for Dabo. You don't have to retool the entire rushing game. You can basically just let Phil Maffa be the horse and dial in on getting Cade Klubnik settled and ready for the 2024 NCAA football season. Big get for Clemson to get Phil Maffa back. Coming up on tomorrow's show, a few more things I'm going to get to. The NFL and those knee shots. We found out that Tyler Higbee tore his ACL in that nasty hit to the knee that he took. Does the NFL need to ban defensive backs diving at knees? I got to tell you, I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, yeah, I think you have to. I am tired of watching guys get their knees shredded up because a DB launches straight at the most vulnerable part of a pass catcher's body. That can't be a thing anymore. We'll address that tomorrow on the show. Ohio State gets Ross Bjork away from the Colt. He's your new AD. I got to tell you, though, I don't love that. Remember, Bjork was the guy that not only made the moves around Jimbo, but he's the guy that had a guy hired at A&M. The Colt fan base cracked down on him, said, we hate it, and then ended up unhiring that guy and moving on to Mike Elko.
Would you bring a guy in to get rid of a guy that the fan base wants gone?
I don't think you speak for all Buckeyes, bud.
You have seen, you have looked. I don't, but there are quite a few out there.
I think you speak for some Buckeyes, and I'm going to leave it there. Let's do this thing.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
What the? I hit it when you. It took it a second to fire. That's what I'm going with. All right, let's find out what the X is going on. Hey, Rob, Jim Irsay is Xing.
Yeah, so apparently back in December, Jim Irsay was found by paramedics unresponsive in his bed. Now, I know Irsay was hospitalized for some health issues. I know he has had some health issues. Obviously, there are always going to be question marks about his well-being due to his substance abuse issues in his past. Look, I've had a lot of criticisms of Jim Irsay. I've also had to apologize to Jim Irsay for some decisions that, in retrospect, look like maybe he made the right call and knew some stuff we didn't. Man, I just get right, my dude. Get off the stuff, get right.
Absolutely. The next thing that's Xing is No Doubt.
Like Gwen Stefani, no doubt.
Yeah.
Gwen Stefani should be Xing every day. Every day.
All right, No Doubt is Xing because they are getting back together and they're headlining Coachella.
I don't think...
Whatever that is.
Coachella is a massive music festival.
It's a joke.
I would probably never go to Coachella. I'm a big fan of being around people, but that's too many people and too gross of a situation.
You're more of a Burning Man, Lollapalooza kind of guy.
I'm more of a I'll watch Coachella from my couch kind of guy. I will say this. If No Doubt's getting back together, there's a good chance I'd go. I love some Gwen. Scratch that. I love some early pre-plastic surgery, punk rock, kiss my you-know-what, Gwen Stefani.
I mean, before Blake Shelton.
I mean, before Holla Back Girl.
Way back then.
Yeah.
All right, and finally, the last thing that's Xing is James Earl Jones.
93 years of age today. It was everything I had not to bring up James Earl Jones on the show earlier.
Impressive.
Love me, as we all do, a little Darth Vader. Y'all have a great rest of your day. Thanks for listening. We'll be back tomorrow to try all over again, but do it better. For Lonzo, I'm Rob. Have a lovely rest of your Wednesday. The Rob Brown Show is on the Fan Upstate. Yeah. All right, dudes and dudettes. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the show. Tomorrow's will be better. I hope. Have a good one. Goodbye.